deal. He signed with the Bears as a free agent in 2023. His contract carries a $13.9 million base salary for 26 with a $1 million roster bonus due the fifth day of the league year. His cap hit $17.9 million. Meanwhile, Denver Broncos coach Sean Payton didn't look far for one of the new additions to his coaching staff. He's hired Colorado Buffalo's defensive coordinator Robert Livingston as the Broncos' defensive passing game coordinator, according to Adam Schefter.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Wednesday to everybody out there. We're going to be talking some Mariner baseball today with Charlie Furbush, who will join us live from Peoria at 4 p.m. Our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer, will be with us at 5 p.m., so tune in for that. Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. Much to discuss. We'll talk some Seahawks as well. So kick back. We got you covered on everything. But the combine is going on, and we've got coaches and GMs out there speaking with people. We got Mike Macdonald speaking with people out there. I don't glean much from when Mike talks. He's very guarded. I like Mike a lot. And I think he does a great job. But as far as like when we play cuts from him and trying to decide, he's pretty closed off.
Well, I think he falls into that category of things that just get said. That's what I always get the impression from him, that he's like, I would rather be looking at film right now, or I'd rather be.
I don't think that's a stretch at all.
Coaching somebody up, or out on the field, or coming up with a practice plan, or anything that's useful other than talking to the media.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I mean, he's not rude or anything.
No,
but
it's
it's
not.
just I don't think it's his favorite thing, and he's very guarded, which is great, which is great. But it's just interesting to hear people pepper him with questions and try to find different angles to get a cut from him.
Yeah,
and he doesn't give it. He doesn't give it.
You think that's? I think maybe there's like amongst the pool of reporters that cover the Seahawks, like a big wager on who can get him to crack open. And maybe make Mike Macdonald cry, kind of like I did with John Schneider the other day. Crack open the egg there. I just don't think that's how his mind works. And you're right. It's not like he's rude or anything. He actually gives fairly long answers. But I think for him, his goal is, look, I don't want to say anything that's going to hurt the team or hurt a player or whatever. And so I think he's always answering every question with that in mind, which is the right way to be.
And Pete was kind of the same, but he did it in an entirely different way. There'd be a lot of words, a lot of enthusiasm, and then you'd walk away going, I don't know what the hell he just said. Like he'd say a lot of things, but he didn't really give you anything.
Well, and then I think over the years he had a couple of tells. Like, he would, when somebody would ask about a guy who didn't play well or he had like an injury or whatever, he'd be like, he got through it.
Yeah. That's
what he would say. He got through it. And then I remember what he used to say when somebody wasn't healthy enough to play. He'd be like, he's not going to make it. I'm like, really? Jeez, It's that bad, Pete. But he had his little things. Maybe we'll figure that out from Mike over the years. But like he said, and and I've said before that he is kind of blunt, but that sort of I don't know, that's not maybe the right word. Maybe that's not the nicest way to put it. I just think he's very direct communicator, and he's not going to tell you anything that he's not supposed to tell you.
Yeah, so all that to say, here's Mike Macdonald speaking from the NFL Combine on a couple of different topics, and you're talking about not veering from their identity no matter who the opponent was this season.
That's who we are. That's what we do, and I think if you go into a game like that and want to start obviously trying to change your identity and how you operate, that's a risky proposition. So obviously we're going to build game plans around how teams operate and what we feel like is best to give in a certain situation, but we've decided that's who we wanted to be. That's what our guys have shown us that they're good at. And so we listened to them, and that's how we built our defense. And we got the players that can pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, he just talked about, hey, we're going to be us, and that was what he said in the the big quote that everybody has. We did not care, it was always about us, and so he's got a very clear vision, especially on defense, of exactly what he wants that team to be. So yeah, I mean, and he references, that every once in a while he'll say, yeah, we gotta build around a game plan and prepare for the opponent and everything, but we're not gonna veer anywhere. We're not gonna veer very far away from what our identity is.
Well, and we talked about the possibility of them doing that based on the opponent when, looking at the Rams and here's what they do well and here's the Patriots and here's what they do well. So maybe they'll counter that by doing more of this or more of that.
Yeah.
And they kind of just do what they do. And obviously it worked out just fine because they're the champs. Talked about if their messaging changes at all now that they are the champions.
I don't know exactly what we're going to say, but like the principles of how we're going to operate is we want to nail the daily goals and the daily standard about what we're trying to achieve and to become a championship team again. And it's really going to be that simple. How we build the offseason program, what we do on a daily basis, that's going to look a little bit different for a variety of reasons. But how we do our business, how we interact with each other, how we attack schematically, how we put things together, all those things that'll stay the same.
It'll look different for a variety of reasons. Yeah. What are those reasons?
Different players, maybe. I mean, I think that's probably what he's trying to say there.
Some different coaches.
Mike speak. Yeah,
obviously.
Different coaches, and a little bit of an adjustment, tweaks here and there. But, yeah, I mean, really for him, he's got – I mean, I think definitely the offseason, this is going to be more of a huge test for Schneider than it is for, Mike Macdonald. Obviously, John's going to get as much info from Mike about the kind of players that he wants and everything as he can. But, I think more than anything, I mean, even with the new offensive coordinator, you still feel like, hey, Mike he's so direct and he's so, keep going back to firing Grubb at the end of the year or, trading away linebackers in the middle of the year. I mean, he's not going to sit on his hands ever, but he's got, pretty much, the identity for his defense for sure.
Mm-hmm. Moving on, taking a listen to some other things he was talking about. Found it pretty easy to put the 2025 season in the rearview mirror.
Trust me, it's easier than you think. You got to hire a staff, and time waits on nobody, and we had to go. So, hey, you're flying to the combine on Monday, and these are your interviews. I mean, it's just that these daily things you got to hit, and those are the things you're focused on. Just to be completely honest.
He's probably loving it, right? I mean, obviously he just won the Super Bowl, but I feel like he's a guy that probably on vacation, probably thinking about football and never really getting it out of his mind. I know he's got a child and all that, but yeah, I'm sure he took a little bit of time off, but I don't know. He finds it easy.
Much.
Yeah, I mean, it really wasn't, but that's sort of the downside of going to the Super Bowl and winning it.
Well, and the other part is he immediately had to go out and find another offensive coordinator.
Yep.
And then replace your quarterback's coach and replace, so you had it wasn't just Kubiak that left. Dennison left as well. So you got other spots to fill. So there was immediate attention required by him.
Yeah.
So there was really, I'm guessing he didn't have a lot of time where he just was laying on the couch with a bag of chips and no responsibility.
Yeah.
He's making phone calls and creating a list of candidates and interviews and all of that. Speaking of that, he talks about the confidence that he's got in their new offensive coordinator.
Well, we're going to be the Seattle Seahawks, and we're going to have a different evolution of our offense, and it's going to be built on the same principles, but how it comes to life and the exact plays that we're going to run, I can't answer that yet. I don't know the answer to that, but I know how Bryan's going to operate and how our offensive staff's going to operate, and I'm really excited to see how they make this thing come to life.
Yeah, I mean that's probably the biggest challenge there, but still, it doesn't sound like it's that big of a change for Mike. The more we hear from Brian Fleury, the more he kind of sounds like Clint Kubiak, and the kind of things that they're going to be running, and just I think more than anything, it's going to be, is this guy any good as a play caller? Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that's the biggest question, because there's lots of coaches out there that can put together an offense and a defense, and you look at like. Whoever the offensive coordinator is now, is is it Kingsbury now that's down with the Rams? I'm trying to remember. It doesn't really matter. It's just a title because Sean McVay is calling all the plays. So, but Brian Fleury, that's going to be. I mean, Clint obviously was calling the plays last year, and so that's going to be the big, I think, issue of this is the sequencing of the plays. How does he have like a way of keeping a defense, off balance? And having coached on the defensive side really helps him, I think, in that regard.
One of the things we talked about, I think we played a cut from. Who was it? Lewis Riddick, I think, was talking about other teams trying to emulate what the champs each year. Everybody's going to borrow or copy or, this team was successful. We should do more of that. He talked about that, and he said he dislikes when other coaches try to copy what they see from other teams.
I've said this before. You can't copy. Don't copy. Just have a vision of what you're trying to create, the systems that you believe in. What are the principles that you want to hang your hat on as a football team and in each phase of the ball, and then go attack it. There's so many different ways to play, schematically, to play great defense. What you can't sacrifice is how you play.
It's interesting because I don't know, if I'm a coach, a head coach out there, I'm looking for every advantage possible. And if I see another team doing something that I think suits my team, I'm going to do it. At least try it. Hey, I hadn't considered that. I hadn't considered that kind of formation or the way they disguise that coverage or let's try that. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what he means by copy. I mean, if it's, he's probably thinking of like maybe a more extreme case of okay, we're just going to line up like them and everything. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it is. And they always say this is a copycat league. I'm sure that Mike over the years has gotten some ideas from other coaches. There's no question about it. But I think maybe he's talking about, like I said, a more extreme case of where it's like, okay, I'm going to call my plays just like this guy does, or I'm going to try to run this kind of offense and copy it. But I mean, that's really what goes on in the NFL, and a lot of the things are, and I'm not putting the newer coaches down, but a lot of them are the same type of principles, just called different things.
Yeah. So it's kind of interesting. I would love to talk to him further about that. What is it you mean by that? Is it the more extreme case, or is it even subtle things that you see another team doing that you think, again, just something that maybe never occurred to you as a head coach? Like, wow, I like the way they did that. That's something we should try to do, which would seem to make sense.
Yeah, I just think in his mind, he's thinking of it in a more extreme case of like, as far as copying. But yeah, everybody gets ideas from everyone else. But obviously Mike has the right, I talk about an offensive coordinator sequencing plays, and, he obviously has a formula that's, and I don't think you can copy it. I just think it exists in his brain only.
Here he is talking about what we were just referencing. He doesn't really have any time to stop and smell the roses, so to speak, after the Super Bowl win, because he immediately had to search for his new offensive coordinator and had to conduct interviews and other coaches that have to be replaced, and you got free agents and all of that stuff. So here he is talking about just balancing off-season work and rest.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is just having a plan for what you want to achieve in the off-season. So people's timetables are a little different. Some people, will prefer to take a little bit less of a break and get their bodies back going. Some people need to get away. It's just what's best for them. The most important part is their kind of mental stage and where their bodies are at as we start our off-season program. So, but it's definitely important to get away and get refreshed.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think I would typically take 2 weeks off, and just maybe get on a treadmill or a bike or whatever. But, I think right after the season, actually, I was usually going to some kind of a hospital to have surgery, actually, after every season pretty much. But, yeah, you get maybe a week or two, and, you're able to just go unwind, and then you hit it back up again, and that's going to be a little bit later for some of these players. So maybe they're going to have to, shorten their vacations.
I wonder how much impact the extended run. Obviously, you played the last game of the season, so you played more than every other team in the league outside of the Patriots. How much does that impact the guys going into next season, health-wise? You think that just less time to recover? You got some guys like, obviously, if you're out, you're out. You weren't playing like Charbonnet. It doesn't impact him because he wasn't playing anyway. But just, I don't know, maybe some of the wear and tear on the older players. We talked about the oldest group being the defensive line, and these guys played a lot of football.
Yeah.
You just wonder, and we had D-Law tell us, I feel we asked him something along the lines of how different is it now versus when you were 25. He's like, everything's different. Everything hurts, and you wake up, it takes longer to get ramped back up, and just talked about being, in football years, an older guy. And you wondered, all right, is there a toll taken? Is that something we talk about it like there's people that feel like Logan Gilbert got hurt last year because the year before he threw more innings than anybody in baseball. And that was a residual effect. Whether that's true or not, I have no idea. It's a convenient thing to say.
Right.
But do you think there's any carryover from the extra football?
Yeah, I think there is for the older guys especially. And, you mentioned D-Law, and I was kind of laughing over here thinking about Jaron Reed. Like, there's no tougher dude than Jaron Reed. But I remember we had him on the huddle one time, and he was talking about, like, when you get like a fingernail ripped off, or, you twist an ankle, or somebody steps on your toe. And I just remember him, and he's just this big, tough guy. And he just looking at me going, it hurts so bad. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably, Jaron, because you're 30 plus. I mean, when you're in your 20s, you can get past those kinds of things. And, but yeah, I mean, that's just all about pain tolerance. And these are all tough guys we're talking about. But I mean, physiologically, yeah, the wear and tear, it definitely has to have some kind of effect. But hopefully these guys will, I feel like the adrenaline and everything that you get and all the great vibes from having won the Super Bowl kind of brushes over those kinds of things.
Oh yeah, it makes everything feel better.
Yeah.
Something we touched on yesterday, and we didn't really get that deep into, and I want to get feedback from the listeners there on the text line at 866-979-3776. And it was kind of a hypothetical, because you got two guys who are crucial to your success that are both eligible for extensions. And one is spoken on it, and that's JSN. The other is Devin Witherspoon. Obviously a part of the same draft. One was the 5th overall pick, and Spoon, JSN, number 20 overall, that same draft. So they're both eligible for extensions. We'll see what the Seahawks do, how urgent it is to get that going for them. But JSN has said he thinks he should be the highest paid wide receiver. We talked about the highest paid wide receiver right now. AAV is Jamar Chase at a little over $40 million per year. The highest paid cornerback in the league. I don't know if Spoon expects to be that, but it's a little over $30 million a year. So you're talking between two players, hypothetically, $70 million plus per year between just two players. And that doesn't include if Sam Darnold has another good season, he's going to want to sign an extension. I don't see him playing out the third year of his contract at this rate.
Yeah.
So they got, and in addition, all the other free agents we've talked about, Kobe Bryant, Ken Walker, Reek Woolen, all these guys who they may or may not want to sign. Could you, A, afford both of those guys at being paid at the top of the market? B, if you couldn't, and here's the hypothetical, which one do you go with? If you had to make a choice between the two, which one is more impactful to your team?
Yeah, you know what?
I felt like I know it'll make listeners mad, some of them. I felt like the answer was obvious. To me, it's Witherspoon, because he can make his own luck. He doesn't rely on the other 10 guys. He does, but not to the extent that a receiver does. And you've hammered this over and over and over, and it's true that in order for a receiver to be successful, the line needs to block well, and the back needs to pick up the blitz, and the quarterback needs to see him and make a great throw. I mean, all these things have to happen before the ball even gets to him. Whereas Witherspoon's out there and he's reacting. The other guys have to do their job, but he can sort of create his own luck in a much bigger way and have, I guess, by virtue of that, have more of an impact every single play than JSN.
Yeah. Well, and if you go with how they were drafted, he was drafted 5th and JSN was drafted 20th in, was it 23? Was that the rookie year? So, yeah, I mean, you could go off that as well. The other thing I look at is snaps. It's probably pretty close, but, there's some times where, they didn't have JSN out on the field, but Spoon, I mean, it's pretty rare if he misses a snap. I want to say that he's like right around 98%, somewhere around there, but yeah, I have to go, even though I think, receivers are much more valuable. They're valued more than corners, but yeah, Spoon is just so different, and just the energy, and he's kind of the engine of that defense. So yeah, I'd have to go with Spoon too. It's funny, as I remember this from looking at him, because I thought when they had the draft, they needed a corner, and I remember thinking, Well, they didn't actually. They had Trey Brown and they had some other player. They were okay. They didn't really need to draft a corner at that time. But I remember looking at his highlights and go, this guy does more like knocking people out than he does intercepting passes.
Yeah.
He hit a player from, I think it was from Wisconsin, and he almost made the dude do a backflip.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how hard he hit him. And we're talking about a 180-pound dude. And you just look at his feet and the way that those move. Yeah, I mean, if you just say, hey, put on the film of these two guys, then I went and watched JSN in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah,
and
he's brilliant.
He had 3 touchdowns in that game. He actually fumbled one into the end zone, and he could have had 4. But, I mean, he had 347 yards. So, I mean, it's really a tough question, but I tend to say, definitely it's Witherspoon.
Yeah, text in on that, 866-979-3776. Hypothetically, and we got people saying, pay them both, make it work. I agree. Make it work. I want them both here. This is not.
That's not the question, though.
And they're saying, you're making us choose between our 2 favorite children. I get it.
Right.
But it's a hypothetical. If they get to that point where they're just going, we can't afford to pay both of these guys at top of the market rate, and they have to choose, if you're in that spot, which one are you going with? Which guy do you choose? Who's more consequential to the success of this team? Devin Witherspoon or JSN? Meanwhile, let's take 2.
Here's Cal Raleigh's first home run of the spring.
Here comes the pitch to Cal. Swung on, lasered center field, hit well, held back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring. Number 1 for Cal Raleigh. That big blast ties it. The first of many we will see this year from Big Dumper.
Hopefully it's the first of many.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what the hell, Cal? It took you that long? What is it, 4 games, 5 games?
Yeah, he's a one-year wonder. He's all hype.
Man, you could hear the crack of the bat there. You could tell that was hit hard. That was hit hard. So, yeah, nice to get that one out of the way.
The Jaguars and the Commanders will be the host teams for the NFL's 3 London games in 2026.
Sounds like I might be going to London, where I can't understand people. I don't understand the accent. I had to tap out of sevevel conversations.
Better
when we were
than
there.
Spain or Germany?
I'd rather be in Spain.
Oh, yeah. And who wouldn't?
But, yeah, that's interesting. The whole, I wonder how that's going to go over with the teams, all the travel and everything. But, yeah, the NFL's trying to dominate the world. That's what they're up to.
Yeah, so far they're doing it. They're doing it because these games do big business outside of America, and they're just creating more and more opportunities for those games to happen. So, yeah, potentially the Seahawks, who have a road game against the Commanders this season, could be in London. We'll find out. Take 2 is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. What's it like preparing to play for a new team? We'll hear how Brendan Donovan is adjusting to that. It's coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Doesn't last October feel like it was just yesterday?
Listen to the roar of the crowd again.
The journey to making this fall the best ever starts now.
Down in Peoria at Mariners spring training.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com.
It's the newest Mariner, Brendan Donovan.
Already from walking in this door, just the buzz and the culture and the standard of what's expected of people here is really high.
We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope is within reach. Here's Brandon, a recent patient.
Going to sleep was challenging. Getting my brain to turn off was challenging. Just kind of getting through every day was a bit challenging. Like everything was a little too hard, a little too much resistance, and that just kind of evaporated. After the first few sessions of ketamine, it was noticeable. People remarked on it pretty quickly. I had done maybe 2 sessions, 3 sessions, and people started going, what are you doing differently? You look awesome. You just look like your skin is healthier and you look happier. To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it. So go for it. That's what I say.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Don't miss the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery.
I truly believe, defense wins championships.
Thursdays at 4, only on Seattle Sports.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Hey there, Dawn Reiling with Olympic Hot Tub. Don't you hate FOMO, the fear of missing out? Well then, you don't want to miss out on the big savings waiting at our floor model finale. Save thousands on 2025 floor model saltwater hot tubs featuring new smart monitoring. Your tub tests your water for you. Exciting deals in all 8 Puget Sound showrooms. But hurry, they end February 28th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub. Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. We threw out the question in the previous segment, the hypothetical. maybe it won't be a hypothetical. Hopefully it will. But you've got JSN and Devin Witherspoon both eligible for extensions. We've heard JSN talk about it. He expects to be paid at the top of the market for a wide receiver, which is in the $40 million plus per season average annual value. Witherspoon has not said anything that I've read or heard. But I would assume his expectations are probably not far off from that, and that for his position, it's just over $30 million per season is what the highest payday is for a cornerback. So hypothetically, if you had to choose between the two, which one is more consequential to your team's success? Text that in, 866-979-3776.
Well, and, we always talk about this. The numbers don't always tell the story. You got to watch. And if you go look at the numbers, you would say JSN. No, hands down, right? But, if you watch the things that they're able to do defensively, I mean, he's part of that. We were talking about this yesterday with, real quick, I want to get to Brendan Donovan. I'll shut up here in a second. But, we were talking about the versatility that Nicky Manwari brings you. Mm-hmm. That's the same thing with Spoon because he is actually a very physical player. Very physical.
Yeah. For me, it's not about who's my favorite player. It's just about, all right, who gives them more on the field and I think just by virtue of his position, he can create more of his own luck than JSN can.
Right.
He's relying on somebody else to get him in a position to succeed just as a receiver. So, meanwhile, Brendan Donovan, the newest addition to your Seattle Mariners squad, an addition that everybody, including those in that clubhouse, most importantly, are excited about. He was speaking with Gary Hill and Shannon Drayer on last night's edition of the Cactus League Report. So I had some interesting comments out there, and he was talking about just sort of being blown away by the Mariners support staff out there.
It takes a large village to get this team, this train going on the right track. So, like I said, I've said it a few times before. I'm just blown away just by the people, just the quality of the people, how educated they are, how well they work together. From the minute I got here, I had evaluations and plans set in place, and it was cool because it takes the guesswork out of my head, and they're just like, hey, we got a plan for you. We built that avenue of communication and trust, and now it's like, let's just do what we got to do to get ready to play.
Pretty nice to hear from a guy that was with another franchise, right?
Well, and a franchise that's been a model franchise in baseball in the St. Louis Cardinals. That's they've always been held up as sort of a standard in the way they handle their business and top to bottom. It's religion out there. Baseball is the thing out in St. Louis.
Yeah. So it just it's amazing, and Shannon and Gary did a great job interviewing him. It was just good to get to know this guy and know what he's about, and it just comes off as a very cool guy that's going to fit in, right away. And that's, again, what we talk about, that team support and also just to know that the Mariners are doing it the right way.
Yeah. He talked about his experience at the All-Star game.
Yeah, it was eye-opening. It was a cool experience, being able to pick people's brains, and I try to be a sponge and learn as much as I can at all times. But it was cool, you walk in this clubhouse and you're looking around like, wow, these are the best players in the world. and it was cool because, the human in you wants to go, oh, man, like I'm in here with Freddie Freeman and Manny Machado, and I'm looking around and I'm like, wow, these guys are incredible. And then you sit down and you talk to them, and you're like, these are just normal, good dudes. It was really cool, something I'll never forget.
Interesting to hear a pro ball player who's an all-star have that fanboy moment. Like, hey, they're just humans. Right. Like, he just had that realization. Like, those are your peers, man. You're playing on the same field as those guys. You're playing against them. So the fact that he's still kind of in awe being in that locker room, in that clubhouse, is pretty funny.
Yeah, no, and that is really true. I was just thinking about my own experiences, not at an all-star game or a Pro Bowl, but just being in different locker rooms with, certain kind of players. And, like Cortez Kennedy. That guy was like revolutionary. He's a Hall of Famer, obviously, but, he's just a normal guy, right?
He's just a human, Dave.
Yeah, just a human. I actually had to move my locker away from him. I was locker mates with him, and he was too messy.
Yeah.
All of his crap would end up on my side, so I had to move to a nicer neighborhood.
That's when you knew he was human.
Yeah.
He's not perfect.
A little bit too human.
Yeah. Donovan talking about how he's been able to move around and play different positions.
Preparation, understanding that you're not always going to be comfortable at a spot, knowing that your brain is going to want to panic and you just don't let it. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but sometimes things happen in a game and you get thrown in a spot and the visual is completely different and the depth perception feels a little strange because you hadn't been there in a while, and you got to understand you just got to fall back on your training. And just understand that, like, hey, you're here because the manager believes that you can play here, and you just got to go get the ball.
Just go get the ball. I love that. Go get it. He's talking about, don't let your brain panic. And it's just interesting to hear him talk through it and his process and everything. And it just sounds like he thinks of everything.
Yeah. He's just you can tell he's just a baseball junkie. It's just his thing. Just like Naylor.
Yeah.
Talked about in his opinion, what makes a good lineup.
You got your individual approaches and you got your team approaches, but a team that can beat you in many different ways, right? You got your contact, you got your passiveness, you got your aggressiveness, you got your thump, and when I look at this lineup, there's no breaks, right? I mean, from top to bottom, and I'm not sure how it's going to get structured yet, but there's not any breaks. So it's like you can grind a pitcher down. And it's a pass the baton mentality. So that's one thing, the identity of the team, and it's up for us to establish that identity. But it's like, how can someone come up in a big spot knowing that, hey, if I don't do it, I can pass the baton to the next guy. I can take my walk. I can take my single to opposite field. And then I can take my selflessness at bat to hit a sac fly, and then I can continue to pass the baton until someone gets up there and gets that big hit that really kind of puts a crooked number on the board.
Yeah, and talking about being selfless, going up there and doing what do I need to do? How do we keep this machine moving? I got to do my part, whether it's taking a walk, whether it's the sac fly, as he talked about, just being selfless and not trying to do more than what you should be doing in that spot.
Yeah, and he talked about there not being any holes in their lineup, but I just had never heard that. I thought that phrasing was interesting, pass the baton, and and it's about being unselfish, and that he's right, and you got a pretty good lineup there. So I just love to hear how he talks about the game.
Well, it also goes to, it doesn't necessarily mean you're getting on base. He's talking about grinding that pitcher down. So,
right.
If you're up there and you're battling and it's a 10, 11, 12 pitch AB and you end up popping up, grounding out, striking out, whatever, there's still a tremendous amount of value to that. The guy sitting on deck is watching everything that pitcher's throwing. He's watching his sequencing. He's seeing how he's attacking you in this count. And you're giving that guy on deck a ton of opportunity to see what this guy's coming with. And you're driving up that pitch count. So even creating an out, there's a way to be that team guy and really add value to what's going on out there. He talked about how he's preparing to play third base.
Obviously, I get to work with the best infield coach in the world in Perry Hill. Everyone calls him Bone. So Bone is making it very simple. Obviously, we're getting a bunch of reps, and there's some areas that we still need to continue to improve. But the biggest thing is making sure my feet stay wide. At third base, things happen a lot faster. You may get balls with a little bit more topspin because they're pulled. So make sure you're wide, and then from there, funneling the ball to the middle of your body. And then he said, you hear him. I don't know if you've ever heard him. He will like lean on these things over and over again. He'll tell you good funnel, and then he'll tell you good funnel. It keeps your arm short and your hand on top of the ball. So you'll hear him say that over and over and over. And then he also yells, "Stop it!" when you do something good. So it's been a real treat to work with him, and I think we're getting better and better each day.
And then a quick follow-up, Shannon asking about Perry Hill yelling, "Stop it."
Was there any confusion the first time he yelled "stop it" at you?
Yeah, at first I was like, I feel like I did it right there. But, and then talk about language, you start to, oh, that's good. I'm doing a good job. He's yelling "stop it" because he's having fun out here.
So good, like, stop it.
Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, he's like, I thought I did that pretty well there. But, yeah, I wonder if we can get Perry Hill on when we get down there. I know we've had him on before. He probably doesn't like talking to the media, but everybody just talks about him. And it's interesting. I don't know if he's had prior contact with Perry Hill, but Brendan Donovan was saying that he's the best in the world.
Yeah.
So
saying all the right things.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Mariners are going to start the season as contenders. What is that going to mean to the fan base? We'll get into that coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Doesn't last October feel like it was just yesterday?
Listen to the roar of the crowd again.
The journey to making this fall the best ever starts now.
Down in Peoria at Mariners spring training.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com.
It's the newest Mariner, Brendan Donovan.
Already from walking in this door, just the buzz and the culture and the standard of what's expected of people here is really high.
We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
It's flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp, too. We just couldn't help ourselves. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now, we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back.
This is real fish.
At participating restaurants.
Luxury has arrived. It's Mike Salk here, and the all-new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is now open, featuring a destination spa, the expanded non-smoking space, and breathtaking views of the Cascades. You can catch every game at Hawks Peak, over 66 televisions, plus that 2,000-seat entertainment venue and exciting new dining options. Effortless style, the utmost in relaxation. You can book now at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ-Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ-Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's RADIO to 64,000.
It's home show season. To celebrate, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is giving you 20% off and a lifetime installation warranty, plus 12 months to pay with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest financing. See us at the home shows or visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Your new home is ready now. D.R. Horton, America's builder, has new construction communities across Puget Sound and Central Washington, with more coming. Find your new home at drhorton.com. America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Don't miss 3 Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be 2. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires to first, double play.
Broadcast times at seattlesports.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What do we think we see at T-Mobile this year? Is it going to be mobbed? Is it going to be packed? Is there going to be a different level of buy-in, different level of excitement? Because this team going in, I saw a bunch of people on social media saying, "Oh, I don't like that everybody's picking the Mariners to go to the World Series. I don't like it." And I'm like, man, this region has been fighting for respect and some level of notoriety for decades. You know, often just having a chip on their shoulder because nobody acknowledges the existence, and now you get the opposite. I don't like it. And it's not, obviously, it's not the majority, but there was a lot of it out there, surprising. Like, again, it's almost like when we were talking before the Super Bowl and saying, you know, I think they're going to win by double digits. I think if they don't turn the ball over, they're going to win this game easily. And people, don't say that. I don't like it. It's an uncomfortable feeling. It's like we have no impact on the outcome of this game. We're not playing, so them being favorites, people saying, hey, the Mariners are the best team in the American League, they're going to go to the World Series, they're going to whatever's being said will have zero impact as to how the season actually plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think it's funny in this region. There is a certain characteristic of I think Seattle fans, great Northwest fans, that they kind of have a chip on their shoulder. I think they kind of like having a chip on their shoulder. They like being doubted and then putting it in everybody's face, you know, afterwards, after the fact. So, you know, but I've always thought, and especially having done this show and look at the texts over the years with the Mariners, it was more about, you know, are they investing in the team? Are they does it look like they're trying to get the best, you know, team together? And if they're not, if they're, you know, getting, you know, and I won't mention all the names in the past of, you know, bringing in free agents and, you know, that aren't really up to snuff, then they're like, okay, I'm just going to wait and see. Because I'm not going to go out there, and if management's not going to do it, and ownership's not going to do anything, I'm not going to go and buy tickets. And so, yeah, I feel like there will be a bump in attendance this year because, I don't know, man. Like I said, people were talking about, hey, what about Brendan Donovan? He was like the best guy on the market. They went and got him. They, you know, same thing with at the trade deadline last year, and then they signed Naylor right away. And, you know, Naylor comes out and says, yeah, I wanted to sign early so they could go and get, you know, other players. And I think that's what people that's where the most complaining comes from. And that's where, you know, people start like, and I would say, yeah, there should be a big bump in attendance just because of the anticipation that this team has kind of gone all in. And as you've said in the past, Bob, taking big swings to make this team better.
It could be just as simple as this, the 4-2-5. If the M's get off to a hot start, place will be packed consistently. Yeah. Could come down to that. I'm just wondering just initially if there's going to be do we just see a general bump in attendance? B, is there going to be more slack given to the downtimes? Because there will 162 games. There's going to be a losing streak. There are going to be games that they blow. There's going to be moments that don't go right. A reliever comes in, gives up a hit, a home run, or somebody comes up, strikes out with the bases loaded. That's baseball. And very often in the past, it was immediately followed by, see, typical M's, typical. I wonder if that gets a little bit of a breather. That narrative, that jump to the default of, yep, that's just who they are.
Yeah.
I wonder if that kind of staved off for a little bit anyway.
Yeah, I think that people do that because they're trying to protect their feelings, right? You don't want to go all in and then, be disappointed. And, they don't like to, I think when you're negative, you seem like you're more discerning and you're like, oh, I'm not buying in. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid, this, that, and the other. I feel like if they think they're being sold a bill of goods, then, they're going to react negatively, definitely. So, yeah, we'll see if that starts out. And I think a lot of that's going to have to do with Julio as well and him getting off to a fast start.
We had somebody text in yesterday, and they were asking, I can't remember the two jerseys. It was they were like, should I get a Cal jersey and I think it was a Naylor jersey. I can't remember. Somebody, if you're that guy, texted him. But they were, just a light question. Which one should I get? This one or that one? Which one? If you were going to buy one player's jersey, and Matt already said he'd give you $5 if you don't say Cal, because I think your answer is obvious.
I know you're about to say Cal.
Well, I don't even know why I'm bother asking. Dave.
Josh Naylor.
I think he's got a poster of Cal on his ceiling. It's just uncomfortable. But outside of Cal, who would it be?
You know what I'm going to do with my $5, Matt?
What are you?
I'm going to put it in these envelopes over here.
Good. I'm glad, Dave. It'll go to an important cause. Get yourself
well, look, I'm not an idiot. He offered to give me $5, so I'm saying Josh Naylor.
If $5 wasn't on the line, any player on the team?
I can't say, Bob.
Well, because
I want my $5.
He's not going to give you $5.
No, he's not. Yeah, I mean, it would have to be Cal, right?
Well, for you, it would. Yeah.
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 I don't even know what. The only reason I know Cal's jersey number is because mine's 92, his is 29. It's flopped.
And because you love him.
I do love Cal.
Yeah.
What is Naylor's number? Do we know? That's the thing about baseball and really basketball as well.
I don't know what his number is.
Yeah.
Off the top of my
head. Is it 12?
Is it 12?
You got to be kidding.
According to Google.
I don't think it is. Let me see. I don't memorize the numbers like that. Let's see.
I think Kirby is number 68. I remember that one.
Let's see.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Let's see. Gilbert's 36. Kirby 68. You're right.
I think JP's number 2.
JP is 3.
Crawford 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brendan Donovan is 33. Josh Naylor is 12.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing about in baseball and basketball. I mean, football, it's such a, you got a helmet on. Everybody, it's so iconic. And every NFL player, always remembers numbers. That's how I used to remember phone numbers back before we had cell phones, was by, jersey numbers.
Yeah.
Like, that's Mike Wyman and Ken Orvik, who was our, my brother and, one of our tackles. So I always remember them by their numbers.
What is Curly doing? I'm sorry. We're looking out in the newsroom, and John Curley's out there
He's got some weights.
Doing sets.
He doesn't have his Pinocchio vest on today.
Well, he's a weird dude. Just a weird man.
Yes, he is.
I'd probably go with I mean, Cal and Julio are the obvious choices. They're the most popular players on the team in terms of notoriety. I'd probably go with Naylor or I'd maybe go with Bryan Wu. 22. 22 or 12. I think that I'd probably go with one of those. I'm not a jersey guy, but if I was going to get one, it'd probably be one of those guys, I think.
Yeah. It's so weird that you don't associate baseball players with their numbers at all.
I mean, some of them you do. I mean, every softball league I played in, every city league hardball team I played on, I was 24 because I was Ken Griffey Jr.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, by and large, I don't memorize everybody's numbers. So yeah, I don't know. I think Wu's my guy just because I picked him last year before the season started. I was very high on his previous year, so I was very much in the hey, keep an eye on this guy. I didn't think he'd turn into what he did, but and then Naylor, how do you not love that guy? I just love what he brings. So yeah, those would be my two. You guys can text it in 866-979-3776. If you're gonna buy one jersey, even if you're not a jersey guy or girl. Which one would it be? Meanwhile, what do our fellow hosts think about the start of Mariners spring training and the Seahawks roster uncertainty? We're going to find out in Best of the Rest. It's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal Raleigh, how do you handle the knowledge that you guys are one of the best teams in the league right now?
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be. And if you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations. We're not really focused on, can we do it? Or the hope factor. No, we know that we're good enough.
Catch every one of Brock and Salk's interviews from Mariners spring training on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. The championship trophy is back in Seattle where it belongs. The big game is in the rear view, and the next big moment is going to be baseball's opening day. Well, why don't you make a commitment right now to look and feel your very best by then? People all over the Northwest could lose 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 pounds just by the start of baseball season. And it starts by calling Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. A 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started. I did this program. I lost 10 pounds in the first week. I lost about 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. Here's what I didn't have to do. Fight for space in a crowded gym with all those New Year's resolutioners. No pills, no injections, no fake bland box meals or anything like that. Just real food that you buy at the grocery store with delicious recipes, great coaching, support, and accountability. Do it for yourself this year. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Michael is in his 70s, and he was dealing with an injury.
I had tears in my rotator cuff. Just the discomfort of going about everyday life. Day-to-day things were not comfortable or almost impossible, but just being inactive was troubling.
He was in a great deal of pain.
I started trying to learn how to brush my teeth with my left hand, and you can't do it. It was ridiculous.
Searching for answers, Michael found Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, where he underwent stem cell therapy.
I played basketball Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and so I'm getting my shot back. It's not back to where it was, but hey, before I couldn't even do anything. So 100% improvement of what it was.
Wow, that's great to hear. Would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I can share without a doubt that it helped me, and I'm grateful for that.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardis back to the Northwest. This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Cincinnati sued former quarterback Brendan Sorsby in federal court today, alleging he breached his NIL contract with the Bearcats when he refused to pay a $1 million exit fee after he transferred to Texas Tech. A lawsuit, which was filed in the U.S. District Court for Southern District of Ohio, seeks $1 million in liquidated damages, which the school said Sorsby was contractually obligated to pay within 30 days of transferring. Meanwhile, the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Washington Commanders will be the host teams for the NFL's 3 London games in 2026. League made that announcement today. Jags have played in London annually every year since 2013, except for 2020. We'll play 2 home games in London for the very first time.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. If you guys want to weigh in on the Mariners in spring training, want to weigh in on the Seahawks, the Combine's going on, the draft is right around the corner. A reminder, coming up at 4 p.m., Charlie Furbush will join us live in Peoria, as well as our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer, will join us at 5 p.m. She is out there as well, so stay tuned for those conversations. Right now, let's get to the other conversations happening on the station with Best of the Rest.
We know you love listening to us, but there are great discussions happening all over our station.
I need more Jake Bobo. I need more of them.
Because Jake Bobo is objectively fun to say.
Yeah, I'm just not good at that.
Let's tone it down.
It's time for the Best of the Rest.
How dare you?
We'll start with Brock and Salk, who are out there in Peoria right now, and Salk talking about running into a baseball executive and didn't identify which one, I don't think, but talked about the Mariners. And then this guy talking to Salk says he believes this Mariners team is absolutely stacked.
I just keep thinking about how much things have changed in a year due to what they've done. And I ran into an executive yesterday, not a Mariner executive, but someone from another club, and was talking to him. And, last year I saw the same guy, and he had a lot of questions about the Mariners. Wasn't saying they're going to be bad, but just like, what does third base look like? What is this going to look like? What is that going to look like? I don't know. This year, he had 3 words for me. They are stacked.
Oh,
they're stacked.
Oh, if he could have only added one more, because we're a 4-word town. We did not care. If he could have added one more song to stay with the theme.
They are very stacked. I don't know. But when I asked, okay, well, why? Why do you say that? And I don't think it's too mysterious, but okay, why? 4 reasons. That better, Brock? At least
thank you.
Actually,
yes.
It's only 3.
Oh.
Pitching, obviously. Cal Raleigh as a superstar, and the lineup depth.
Mm-hmm.
And these aren't mysteries. These are things we've been talking about even in the last 2 days.
Yeah.
But to hear it from someone on another team who's been around the game a long time and just looks at it and it's like, yeah, You've got the pitching, you've got the superstar, and you've got the depth of the lineup that keeps coming at you.
Yeah.
That's how you win.
Yeah, you referenced Julio there with Divish, and I think rightfully so. And my mind kind of went there as well. The number of times that JP or Julio or some of the kind of voices and bigger voices and even Cal, right, over the last 2, 3, 4 years, we would sit here with them and say, well, we believe we're good. Yeah, we know we're good. Like in the building here, like we have a belief that we're good. And as Ryan said, that was really, I think, optics to win a division. That was optics to end a playoff drought. That was optics to do those things. And yeah, we believe we got the pieces in house. It is different.
It is interesting to hear outside perspective and outside eyes looking at this team, going, "Yeah, they're stacked. It's a stacked team."
Yeah.
I mean, it is a longer
Happened
lineup
fast.
by virtue of having Naylor in there at the beginning of the year and having now what you feel is a legitimate leadoff hitter in Brendan Donovan. So it doesn't mean you're 1 through 9 because we don't know what's happening at with second base. We don't know who that's going to be. What's right field going to give you, whether it's Robles, Rayleigh, Canzone. Not really certain what you get there. I mean, certainly they're all capable. We've seen it. So. And then if Colt Emerson makes the squad, all right, what's he give you offensively? Where is he going to be at? Yeah, obviously, he'd probably be hitting toward the bottom of the lineup. What kind of production can you reasonably expect from him? So, yeah, you're not, rock solid 1 through 9, have an answer at every spot, but probably as deep as this lineup has been in a number of years, without question.
Yeah, I mean, who would be in the lineup? So I don't know who do you want to throw in at second? Who do you think is going to start?
Well, I mean, if we're going today, I'd say it's probably Cole Young.
Cole Young,
yeah. Right now, I'd say it's Brendan Donovan at third and Cole Young at second. But Colt Emerson's got a very strong shot at making this team. At which point, I would assume he would move to third and Donovan would play his natural spot at second. But I'm not sure what Dan has in mind.
Yeah, but I was just thinking about who would be the week. I mean, who's batting ninth?
Probably JP.
Yeah.
Or whichever young guy.
Right.
Whether it's Cole Young or whether it's Colt Emerson, I'm sure that's where at least they'd start. They'd be toward the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just, I feel like, JP he's always a guy that we're like, hey, man, if he hits, up and has his best season, and then, we have a chance, and it doesn't feel like that this year.
Yeah, he's a guy who can certainly contribute. We've seen that, and it'd be in his best interest to have a great season. He's in the final year of his deal. So unless he's, wants to hang it up after this year, which I don't get the impression he does, he wants to play, whether it's with the Mariners or elsewhere. It'd be a nice season, nice way to come off the final year of your contract with a gangbuster season. It certainly helps your bargaining power.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think this is as deep of a lineup as they've had in a number of years, and that's great because the rotation, which was the other part of that comment from whoever he was talking to, that's where everybody still starts. Even though last year was not representative of what this rotation is capable of, it's still the hallmark. It's still the calling card of this team.
Do you think Salk made that up in his mind just to sound fancy, that he knows people around?
Well, he's a pretty big liar, so yeah.
Whoa.
No, I'm sure he talked to somebody. Who it was, I have no idea, but maybe somebody with the Padres, since they share the building.
Yeah.
They share the space out there, but I don't know. But I'm sure that's. I mean, we know the opinion of the organization has changed. We know that just by the way people are talking about them on MLB Network, and different analysts are picking them to either win the American League and go to the World Series. Others are picking them to win the World Series. So, considering what the Dodgers have done with that roster, that's a bold prediction to say they're going to win. Getting there is one thing, but the assumption is the Dodgers and it's health for every team. If they stay healthy, that's an all-star team.
Yeah.
It really is. You just added Tucker to that whole. I mean, come on, man. You added Edwin Diaz in the bullpen. It's just, it's
not fair.
It's getting a little comical there.
Yeah.
So they're at the point where if they don't win the World, it's not enough just to get there. If they lose the World Series, I think you're looking at it like, well, you guys came up short.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a failure. So we'll see. But yeah, predicting the Mariners to win it all is a fairly bold prediction. Getting there seems more realistic. Like, it's not a weird thing to say, whereas years ago you'd be like, what? Did you bump your head? What's the matter with you? Mariners in the World Series. Meanwhile, getting on to another conversation about the Seahawks bumping Stacy. We're talking about this Seahawks defense and who might not be back for this team.
One of the first questions that we've got to figure out is whether or not DeMarcus Lawrence is coming back.
So you could lose DeMarcus Lawrence to retirement and Boye Mafe to free agency?
If you don't have DeMarcus Lawrence, and if you lose Boye Mafe in free agency, which another guy I do not expect them to re-sign, then edge becomes a very serious hole.
Oh, man, bump. I'm not feeling good about edge rusher on defense right now if DeMarcus Lawrence does indeed retire.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's one I didn't think about until we had this interview with him, because I'm like the listeners, like, well, he's got like 2 years of the contract, right? We good. But something happens, man, when you reach the top of the mountain and you stand there and you look down and you think about your life and what's important to you. You've accomplished everything. You've been an All-Pro. You've been a Pro Bowler. Now you're a Super Bowl champion. You were dominant this year. Wifey's looking at you like, what else do you have to accomplish? So that's concerning for me, because if you were to lose D-Law, Mafe gone as well. You still have D-Hall over there. I mean, Leo plays edge sometimes. It's just looking thin. It got real thin. You went from one of your stronger groups to, okay, we need to replenish this thing. So it's concerning, man. But this is it's the NFL. Guys retire, especially when you go out on top like that.
Ultimately, the biggest measure of whether or not a team is going to succeed is like personnel fit and talent level.
Right.
If you've got the right guys, that'll outweigh however smart another head coach is or coordinator. It doesn't matter when you've got, playmakers.
All right, so Max Crosby it is. No, they left out Uchenna, who's there, but yeah. I mean, you certainly, and I agree with Brady. I don't expect that they're going to make a play to keep Mafe here. You talked about it before. They tried to trade him, so I don't know that he's a priority for them to bring back. I hadn't heard much about D-Law wanting to retire. Did he make a remark that I missed, or?
No, I don't. Somebody was speculating about it. I don't know that he said anything about it. And I'll say this. Look, I what does he have, 5 kids now? I think he just had his 5th.
Idea.
So I had 2 kids. But I can tell you that, like, for me, it wasn't like I was away all the time. Like, in baseball, it's totally different. I mean, you're gone for long periods of time. In football, and especially, it's one thing. It is different being here on the West Coast, because you got these, 3-day trips that you have to have, or you leave on Friday. When I was in Denver was when I had kids, and everything was, 2 or 3 hours away. So I was always home typically I was home on Sunday nights. Mm-hmm. So that wasn't a big deal. I think that's a much bigger deal for baseball players. But I don't have 5 kids. I had 2 kids, but still, I felt like I was home plenty of time. So that, I would say for DeMarcus Lawrence, I mean, I'm not aware that he's having any kind of off-season surgery or any problems like that. I'm sure he's sore, but, I wouldn't see the reason why he would retire. I would say that. I don't think it's because of his family.
If he's got 5 kids, he may want to play until they drag him off the field.
That's exactly what I was saying to Brady the other day. I'm like, kids are expensive.
Yeah. And
kids.
If all 5 go to college and they're going to be living a different lifestyle than most kids based on your wealth, and it's not a cheap avenue he's traveling down. So
no.
if you've still got it in your body and you're not in danger of permanent injury, then I would I'd be running out there until they told me you can't go out there anymore, because you got a lot of bills coming your way.
Oh yeah, I mean it's you got to send them to college. I mean there's all kinds of expenses there. So yeah, you might want to keep going. But I'm just assuming that that's kind of like a threat that we're all going to think about. Oh man, what if DeMarcus Lawrence retires? And if that was the case, then I would be like, okay, now we might need to get somebody like Max Crosby or somebody that's maybe a little bit more, fits that. Those guys are typically, and this is where Boye Mafe doesn't fit in. Uchenna, DeMarcus Lawrence, and D-Hall, these guys are dogs, right? Like they will, I always talk about Uchenna and D-Hall. When there's a pulling guard, they're just punishing them. These guys are big physical players, especially Uchenna and D-Hall, who got 2 sacks in the Super Bowl. But DeMarcus Lawrence, I think he's a little bit, he's not, I wouldn't say he's a finesse player, but those are the kind of guys that we need on the edge. So I don't think not having Boye Mafe back, I don't think that's a problem at all.
It would just leave you thin, though.
Yeah,
not so much we're missing him in specifically, but we're missing that body there. You need some depth there.
Yeah, you need another guy, but right now you've got 3 to play 2 spots, and then you're probably going to have somebody who maybe they do another DeMarcus Lawrence type of signing. So, yeah, to me, if I had to make an educated guess, I would say number one, I think Boye Mafe definitely not going to be here. And then the other thing is I would be really surprised if DeMarcus Lawrence retires.
Although it would, the other side of it, and I agree. I think, again, if you've got 5 kids, which I assume he does, if you say that, that's a lot of money. That's a lot, even though you're making crazy money. I think you want to accumulate as much as possible. But the other side of it would be kind of the John Elway thing, a perfect way to ride out into the sunset. A Super Bowl champion after all these years in the league, toiling. You know, he was out there with Dallas and trying to, every year they're expected to go to a Super Bowl. They never do. They don't even get to the playoffs. He took some grief coming here saying, you know, I think it might have been Micah Parsons, kind of took a shot like.
At who?
At Lawrence leaving, saying, you know, like, oh, you're going to win a Super Bowl in Seattle or something along those lines. And he did it. He kind of got to shove it in their face. Like, yeah, look what happened. I left that building, came here, win.
Well, and I think DeMarcus Lawrence loves it here. You know, I think you can just tell that he loves being in that room, and the way everybody talks about him has embraced him. He loves being the guy that's kind of the quirky guy. He's got a lot of, you know, fellow veterans around him that get it. So, yeah, I mean, it's a great place to work, right?
Yeah.
You know, we always talk about the food out there. I mean, everything that they have going, I think, is top notch. So why wouldn't you continue to do it? But, you know, he might say, yeah, I'm going to go out on top, and also without any kind of terrible injury. You know, I think he had that Liz Frank injury with his foot or something like that, but he hasn't had, you know, it's not like a guy that's missed a bunch of time and is all banged up.
All right, moving on. Brock and Salk, again, out there in Peoria this week. We're going to be out there in a couple, March 9th. We'll be out there, our first day out there. But they're out there right now and just talking about what stands out to them from spring training so far.
What's jumping out from the group that we've talked to?
Well, it started with Brendan Donovan yesterday. Probably every day somebody's going to say it, and that is we're not afraid to say World Series. Mm-hmm. We're not afraid to say it. Like, I know that's taboo. I know, like, oh, the weight of expectations. Oh, you put yourself out there. I know Mr. Stanton did it with Bumpin' Stacy a couple years ago, like after, you know, the playoff drought and everything else. And at that point, okay, that's fair. I mean, Julio's a stud, and Cal's playing every day, and your rotation's awesome, and it wasn't misguided by John. But it's like this feels so much more substantial and sturdy because there's so many more answers. You know, there's like a sturdiness to the World Series expectations that we have never felt here.
Because it's not the first time we've heard the words World Series while we're here. It's not the first time there's been high expectation. It's not the first time. I mean, for real, not just the believe big silliness from 2010. Like, there have been other years, and coming off the playoffs and the next, there were some years of some real, like, hey, now there were still ifs. If the lineup can just be league average, if this guy can just hit the back of his baseball card, if. And this year, again, we've said it a bunch of times.
Not as many ifs.
Not as many ifs, a lot more expectations. We expect this to happen. We expect this guy to do this. You know, it's hard not to get caught up in it while you're here. I mean, like, there is a real sense of confidence.
Yeah, I like the term. I think I've said this a couple times, but I think I'm going to continue to land on it because I've seen it in college football programs with my own life experience for a couple decades. It's actually a Sean Paytonism. He talks about it. But, like, this is a fully bloomed culture.
Yeah, and I think what they achieved last year and seeing how close they got made them realize, you know, yeah, we should expect to be here. We were, you know, maybe a decision away from getting to the World Series in terms of relievers. And again, not putting it on Bizzardo. I put it actually more on Dan with what happened there. But you were 8 outs away from the World Series, and you didn't luck your way into it. You know, it's not like football where you could very often say, yeah, the better team didn't win. That team played better that day, but, you know, you're one and done. You're playing a 5-game or a 7-game series in baseball. generally, if both teams are healthy, the better team will win. Not always, but it's not that one and done nature where it's kind of can be fluky and that team moves on. This team worked their way through the postseason, got there, and were on the precipice. They were right. You could taste it. You could feel it. Like it's dangling right in front of them. So now it's real. And I think that makes it easier to come in this spring and go, yeah, World Series. We were right there last year. Mm-hmm. If not for, bad break there. We're talking about being in the World Series last year.
Yeah, you're talking. I thought that was a good way to put it, that there's not really ifs. I mean, I think there's a difference between, okay, what if, like, health? Let's say that, the rotation has the kind of year health-wise that they had last year. That's an if, but that's what everybody faces. I think as far as the what ifs and, particularly the lineup and the rotation, you don't really have those.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple minor ones there, but, it just feels like they're in a position to go ahead and talk about World Series.
Well, and it's realistic. It's not a pipe dream. It's not, cookie talk. Last one, this from Bump and Stacy, talking about JSN and asking, does paying him get you closer to a Super Bowl?
One, do you pay JSN? How much do you pay JSN? Are you comfortable with, paying JSN top of the market value, top of the market receiver money, and maybe even more than that?
That's your only option.
That's your only option. Again, thank you. Secondly, how do the Seahawks extend their current Super Bowl window? I think the debate people are having is whether those two things are at odds or not. Does paying JSN get you closer to a Super Bowl or get you further away?
That's a tough question because it depends on what happens after that. Who do you retain? Who steps up? On paper, there's going to be a team that's going to be favored to win over the Seahawks, I believe, because right now it's Seahawks-Rams. But that's right now. That's off the way the roster is currently constructed. Once you sign JSN, domino effect is going to happen. Other guys aren't going to be here. It makes it harder to win another Super Bowl, for sure. Because if in a perfect world, you'd bring back the 22 starters that you had and say, run it back, let's do it. Teams have to catch up to us. We're not catching up to anybody. We're leading the charge. But because you signed JSN, I assume you're going to sign JSN. You got $63 million in cap space. He's not going to account for $40 million on that first year. They're going to defer some money and sign a bonus and backload that thing. So it's not like you're only going to be working with like $23 million. There will be more, but Kobe's worth 14. K9's worth like 11, 12, depending on who you ask. You got to sign Spoon as well. He's an all-pro type of dude. He's going to want top dollar. No, it makes it harder. It makes it harder because the personnel is different.
Yeah, you signed him at that number, somewhere close to that number. There's going to be a casualty out there, a cap casualty, if you will. Somebody that you look at and go, man, we'd love to bring this guy back, Kobe Bryant. I'm just throwing that out there. But considering what he's going to warrant, what he's going to command on the market, we can't afford it now. Because we still have to sign a running back, whether it's Ken Walker or bring somebody else in. And we've got to prepare for, re-signing Witherspoon as well. And we've got to prepare for the eventuality, hopefully, that Sam Darnold has another good year, which means they're going to want to renegotiate. He's not going to want to play that third year at this rate because that's well below what, good to great quarterbacks in this league are making. So you got a lot of expenses sitting in front of you, and that's somebody will be a casualty of that.
I was talking to Bumpus about cats, and he's like, yeah, I don't like him. I go, why not? He goes, I don't trust him. I don't trust him. That's kind of how I am with receivers. I just I feel like, and look, he couldn't be a better guy. Mm-hmm. He really couldn't. But just that position, just in general, and you detailed it earlier that there are so many things that have to go right in order to. I don't know. Paying a guy like that, the more I think about it, and you need to think about it the way that you just voiced there is that who are you not able to sign because you gave JSN all that money? What are you going to lose? And is it going to be like so much of a detriment to the team that you can't sign a bunch of good players? So yeah, I don't know what it is about that position. I think JSN is awesome, but I just don't trust paying wide receivers, I guess. I feel like you could invest in a lot more solid position, and it's really has nothing to do with JSN.
No, he's exactly what you want on the team.
Yes.
So much so that he's in a position to command that kind of money.
Right.
I mean, he did everything right.
Right. JSN did nothing wrong, and he is a great teammate and everything. I would love to have him, but it just, I guess that position was what makes me sort of wary of, throwing that much money, making him the highest paid non-quarterback.
Meanwhile, who's going to be the ace of this Mariners pitching staff in 2026? Seems to change each year. We'll talk about that coming up with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
He built the Seahawks into the 2025 Super Bowl champions.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
And every Thursday afternoon at 4, he's on Seattle Sports.
We have higher expectations for ourselves.
It's the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery. 2025 NFL Executive of the Year, John Schneider.
I think it's the ultimate organizational award.
Every Thursday at 4, exclusively on the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Are you like me that you had to carry around a pair of readers with you everywhere in order to read a menu, read labels on products, going into stores, anything, read a tag on a piece of clothing to see what size it was? I mean, just things as simple as that became problems, and I got tired of it, and I know a lot of you have. You've sent in texts. You got to do what I did. I went to K2 Vision for RLE, refractive lens exchange, and it's an absolute life changer. When you add King LASIK and K2 Vision together, that equals freedom vision for every stage of life. LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE adds extra freedom from readers and cataracts. So again, if you're tired of it, look into it. K2 Vision could be your perfect and permanent solution. And on top of that, you'll never develop a cataract. With over 400,000 procedures done, Dr. Kopstein and Dr. King are two of the most experienced vision correction surgeons in America. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors out there with all of the data to recommend the very best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today. Just go to K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
For 24 years, Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar has been Bellevue's and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood. Hey, this is Brock Heward, and what I love is being able to count on my good friend, Chef John Howie's reputation for excellence behind every plate. Whether it's local oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, Dungeness crab bisque, generous portions with true value, and every detail is cared for. Whether it's a date night, a business dinner, or catching up with friends and family, Sea Star is the dining experience you remember. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated. And with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm, we got you.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at 4 o'clock, Charlie Furbush will join us live from Peoria, Arizona, site of Mariners spring training. So stay tuned for that, as well as our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer. We're able to lock her down at 5 o'clock. So stay tuned for that one as well. Meanwhile, taking a look at this rotation last year, Logan Gilbert, your opening day starter, coming off a tremendous season the year before. He was looked at as your next in line to be the ace and turned out to be Bryan Wu. Of all people. I don't know what the odds would have been if you were going all five, where he would have been in your pecking order, going, all right, Logan's my favorite to be the ace. Behind him, it's Kirby, it's Luis, whatever. I don't know where Wu would have been. Even though he was coming off a year, along with Bryce Miller, where they were both sub-3 ERAs.
Yeah.
They had the best ERAs out of that entire rotation. Now, Wu didn't pitch the entire year. Pitched the majority of it, but you got a full season out of Bryce Miller with a sub-3 ERA.
Right.
But I don't know. You think it changes this year? Who's going to be the ace this year?
I don't know. It feels like Bryan Wu to me, but George Kirby I think is interesting. I remember not last year, but the prior offseason, going into the season, I asked Ryan Rowland-Smith, who do you get the most return on in that rotation? If you trade away a player, who gives you the most, what are you going to get back? Yeah. And he basically said, well, he says 1,000% it's George Kirby. Definitely George Kirby.
There's only 100%, Dave.
Yeah, that's what but when he is really sure, he says 1,000%. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's him. It's a good problem to have and a good debate to have.
I'll watch. It'll be Bryce Miller.
Yeah. Or Castillo.
I feel like Castillo's past that time in his career. I mean, he was the most durable. He's the only one that didn't miss a start last year. But in terms of going out there and being your every fifth day, just going out there and shutting down the opposition, he's capable of doing it. Not at the level of consistency that he did before. His stuff's not the same, but he can still be a very effective pitcher. It's not a knock on him, but he would be, if we were ranking him 1 through 5, he'd be my 5.
Castillo.
Yeah.
I mean, he's one of those guys though that you just count on. You
Yeah,
know?
he's
And
solid.
He's very solid. And, there's been little things and I remember nitpicking one time about, it seemed like he was giving up a lot of home runs. And then, went and looked, and there was, like 3 outings in a row where he gave up a home run or something. But I mean, for the most part, you know exactly what you're going to get with him. So, yeah, he'll, I would say he would be probably, well, maybe Bryce Miller. I don't know how much of Bryce Miller last year was about, I think a heavy amount of it was his health, and he just didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
Remember we talked to him one time, and he really, he sounded positive, and he was on the cusp of, missing, I think it was like 3 or 4 outings. And, and then he got healthy again and, started to look like himself. But yeah, that was a tough year for him. It really was for the, pretty much the entire rotation.
Greg Amsinger of MLB Network was out there, and he's predicting that Bryan Wu is not only going to be the ace, he predicts he's going to win the Cy Young.
And my bold prediction, 98 wins. The Mariners go to the World Series. Bryan Wu wins Cy Young.
Wow.
I just think it's impossible for Tarek Skubal to do it 3 straight years. And I'm also looking at what happened with the arbitration case and the fact that minutes after they realized they lost the arbitration case to Tarek Skubal and he won $31 million, they gave a different left-handed pitcher an AAV higher than $31 million to ensure that Tarek Skubal wasn't even the highest-paid left-handed pitcher on the Tigers. So I just think that's going to be a drama mess, and I'm going Wu.
There we go. Yeah, last year, I forgot about that, but, he's always been very positive about the Mariners, but he predicted we finished last in the AL West.
Yeah.
We're not going to let him live that one down.
No, he'll hear about it if we speak to him again. He'll definitely hear about that. But so the next one will be no surprise. He's got Bryan Wu as the opening day starter for the Mariners.
It's got to be Bryan Wu.
Whoa! Wow! Whoa.
He came out of the bullpen. He was everything they were leaning on when he wasn't 100%. 15-7, sub-3 ERA, K per 9 around 10, All-Star, finished 5th AL Cy Young. Come on! I love Logan Gilbert. I think Logan Gilbert's outstanding. But when you think of what this guy put on the line, we're all lost in the Yamamoto dream performance. But what Bryan Wu did when he was not 100% to come out of the bullpen like that, almost take them to the World Series, you got to give him the opening day ball. Wow.
I don't know what, I'm sure there are odds on everything. I would assume he'd probably be the favorite to be, if you can, but I don't know. Some of our degenerate gamblers that are listening, text in. Is that something you can bet on right now, who the Mariners opening day starter is going to be? And if so, is he the favorite?
What was the thing we heard yesterday, the term that was like
Nerfy? Yeah.
It was something about the
no score in the first.
Ian,
no run first inning.
No
runs, Fernies or Nerfies, yeah.
Yeah. You're a degenerate gambler.
Yeah.
You know what that is.
Yeah. So if we've got some of those listening, text in, A, is that something that you can bet on currently? And B, who is the favorite in the Mariners rotation to be the opening day starter? I would think it'd be Bryan Wu, just based on who he was. He was the only of the starters to finish with a sub-3 ERA. Made 30 starts, so he just about had that full season. 30 starts, 2.94 ERA, 9.5 strikeouts per 9. Really the two guys that you need to step up from last year are Bryce Miller and George Kirby, because they didn't have, Logan wasn't quite what he was the year before, but he had a 3.44 ERA. He made 25 starts, so he missed some starts, but his ERA didn't explode. The two that really took the hit were George Kirby with a 4.21 ERA, and he made 23 starts. Remember, he started the year injured, came out of spring training hurt, and then Bryce Miller made 18 starts, and he had an ERA of 5.68.
Didn't Kirby at one point in his best year have more appearances than walks?
He had more starts than walks.
More starts than walks.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah. So, I mean, you got all of those guys having different kinds of years if they can just, stay
Which
healthy.
Is still true, by the way. In his career, he's pitched 4 seasons. He's had 112 starts. He's had 93 walks in 4 seasons in 112 starts.
I'm not a big stat guy, but that one blows me away.
Yeah, it just speaks to his command. And last year, again, it was shortened by injury, 23 starts, 29 walks in total. So that was the first year that he had more walks than starts, was last year.
Incredible.
So, yeah, it's if those two step up, like we know we've seen what they're capable of. I mean, this rotation is just deadly. Meanwhile, what if DK Metcalf had remained a Seahawk for the 2025 season? We'll get into that in What If Wednesday. Coming your way next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Doesn't last October feel like it was just yesterday?
Listen to the roar of the crowd again.
The journey to making this fall the best ever starts now.
Down in Peoria at Mariners spring training.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com.
It's the newest Mariner, Brendan Donovan.
Already from walking in this door, just the buzz and the culture and the standard of what's expected of people here is really high.
We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. The championship trophy is back in Seattle where it belongs. The big game is in the rear view, and the next big moment is going to be baseball's opening day. Well, why don't you make a commitment right now to look and feel your very best by then? People all over the Northwest could lose 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 pounds just by the start of baseball season. And it starts by calling Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. A 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started. I did this program. I lost 10 pounds in the first week. I lost about 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. Here's what I didn't have to do. Fight for space in a crowded gym with all those New Year's resolutioners. No pills, no injections, no fake bland box meals or anything like that. Just real food that you buy at the grocery store with delicious recipes, great coaching, support, and accountability. Do it for yourself this year. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Forget Cloud 9. We're headed to Cloud 10 with prizes up to $10,000 in cash. Hearts will be racing every Saturday night in February as 2 lovely winners are drawn every hour from 6:30 till 10:30. Will you be one of Cupid's cash board winners? Visit daily to claim your free entry and find out. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Get broadcast times for every 3 Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman speaking to those who have recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. It's important to know you have several options for treatment. I'm here with Dr. Meyer, medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, to talk about one of the best and technologically advanced treatment options, CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, why is CyberKnife one of the best procedures to treat prostate cancer?
Well, treatment for prostate cancer can affect men's quality of life. It can affect their romantic life. It can affect their urine and bowel function. And the CyberKnife does the best job of preserving that function while having excellent cancer control rates.
What do your patients think of the CyberKnife treatment experience?
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. They report very few side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate or call 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
What? What? It's time for What If Wednesday.
Coach would have put me in fourth quarter. We'd have been state champions, no doubt.
Wyman and Bob rewrite the scripts of major moves and moments in sports every Wednesday afternoon. Now step into an alternative reality with Wyman and Bob.
What If Wednesday, presented by Mazda of Everett. Today's hypothetical question: what if DK Metcalf had remained a Seahawk for the 2025 season? He would have been playing with Sam Darnold. Would they have been as explosive offensively? Obviously, JSN still would have been there. Would have impacted his targets, certainly, his overall season numbers. But would the team have been as successful?
Yeah. It's a great question. I don't think that one player, I think they had too good of a thing going on, that one player would, take them down. But my view of DK has changed a little bit. I've always been on his side just because I liked him as, I liked that his dad played in the NFL. So, he kind of knew what the deal was. Whenever you did any kind of media thing with him, he was very polite. Always everything was yes, sir, and willing to do and, talk about anything. And, and I just loved the way he played and with the passion that he played with. It was, we talked about this a number of times. He never complained about lack of targets.
Yeah.
The only thing is he was a hothead, and he would get in fights, and he was always involved in some kind of something, it seemed like, and lots of penalties there. But I don't know, man. It's the fact that he didn't want to be here. I mean, that's not a good way to go in. So I think, as far as the what if goes, I guess you're saying, well, what if he really did want to be here? And if that was the case, then he probably would have had a different season, than he did in Pittsburgh or, last year here when he was here in Seattle.
I wonder how he would have fit in with Kubiak's system.
Yeah.
Like, would that have suited him more? I think, there's the belief, and there are those people that you and I can say it till we're blue in the face. Never heard a word about him complaining about targets or any of that. There are people that just, nope, not true. He's that guy. Well, not by anything I've ever heard on or off the record. And we generally will hear something off the record if that's true, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's made public, but never heard a word. But what I think was a fair criticism is his hands. He didn't have the best hands, or doesn't have the best hands. He did. I saw it last year with Pittsburgh where he got hit right in the hands and the ball bounces off at times. It's I guess cost of doing business with him. I don't know how that doesn't improve, with all the time they spend, with the jugs machine and, just working with the quarterbacks and there's never been anything about his lack of effort. The guy works at his craft. I don't know if that's just part of who he is. It's just always going to kind of be that way. But yeah, that part I thought was a fair criticism. But the idea that he was A.J. Brown, that he was unhappy when they won, because he didn't get enough attention.
Yeah.
I never heard that. Never heard it.
Well, and to your point, I was just looking up, at his targets and his receptions. It's not great. I mean, it's 60%. So, I mean, you're awfully close to 50 there at that point. So, yeah, and you look at, I remember Doug Baldwin being like in the high 70s, low 80s in his career. So, yeah, I mean, to your point about the hands, not great. But yeah, I mean, how do you – the one thing I can't square is you look at the play where he runs down Buda Baker. It was such an unselfish play. Mm-hmm. And it was just such a – like, if you put in it – I use that to support why I thought he should be on the team and why, he's actually a good guy and a good player and we should have him here in Seattle. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those plays where high school coaches are showing this to their kids. Like, this is what effort is all about. And that's exactly what that whole thing was. So yeah, I mean, it's not just that one play, but obviously there was a lot of other things and part of it had to do with the fact that he never complained about, he didn't seem to be that diva guy, but he did get himself in trouble as far as penalties go. And
he was a hothead, but it wasn't hot at, it wasn't get me the ball. I need the ball more. That was never the complaint.
We had the one outburst where it was him and Grubb, I guess.
Yeah.
Where he gets on the headphones because I think Grubb was up in the booth and it looked like he was yelling at him. Yeah, and it sounds like on the heels of that, because remember there was a report that him and Tyler felt a certain type of way about the way, that Grubb was calling games, and it obviously turned out to be true, or it made them look like they were in the right. Maybe that wasn't the way to handle it in that moment, but obviously there was an issue because Grubb was gone after that year. So, I don't know. 360 says, to put it simply, I don't think DK loses us any games last year, and I think it's more likely his down-the-field threat with Sam's arm may have won us an extra game. Yeah. I mean, maybe not. I mean, you won 14 games, so it's hard to. That come in on the text toy? Yeah. Wow. Usually we get nothing but complaints about DK and that they don't like him. And, people talking about how he threw a temper tantrum about not having enough targets on the sideline. That's not what it was. That's not. You're wrong. Yeah. Sorry. I don't think that's what was happening. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, he was like the perfectly constructed receiver. He's kind of like Reek Woolen. You look at, and those are two really tough positions to play. Obviously, wide receiver and especially corner. I think corner is actually the second hardest job on the field, other than quarterback. But he was kind of like how Reek Woolen is built. Like he's built like the perfect corner. Yeah. And he was, I thought DK also. And also he was like an Olympic sprinter. Like, I mean, he actually was, in that range where he was, he had Olympic type of speed. Yeah. He's a lot of people asking if he were here, who wouldn't be on the team. I think it's probably Cooper Kupp. I don't know. Would they bring in Cooper and let Tyler go? Yeah. So would it be DK, Cooper Kupp, and JSN? Yeah. Interesting to think of that because JSN has talked about how much of an impact Cooper Kupp had on him. Mm-hmm. Wonder if some of that would have rubbed off on DK, whether it's just, how he works training his hands, if it's route running or, keeping him calm in certain situations where he's going to get into it with the other team. I don't know. It's interesting to think of. I don't think he impacts them in a negative way to where they don't win a Super Bowl, though. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, by the way, you bring up Cooper Kupp. And, I've told the story a couple of times about how I saw him, always talking to coaches. Mm-hmm. And, and then for JSN to heap that kind of praise on him. So, yeah, maybe Coop had a bigger effect on this team than we realize.
All right, time to get you caught up on Mariner spring training with a friend of the show. Charlie Furbush is going to join us live from Peoria, Arizona. That is coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Doesn't last October feel like it was just yesterday?
Listen to the roar of the crowd again.
The journey to making this fall the best ever starts now.
Down in Peoria at Mariners spring training.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com.
It's the newest Mariner, Brendan Donovan.
Already from walking in this door, just the buzz and the culture and the standard of what's expected of people here is really high.
We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
It's Olympic Hot Tub's floor model finale. Don't experience FOMO. Get in now and save thousands on remaining 2025 floor model hot tubs. But hurry, our floor model finale ends February 28th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for a refractive lens exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that, cools up to 8 times faster, and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest. This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Shante Porter, who's been banned for life by the NBA for gambling in 2024 and currently awaiting sentencing after pleading guilty to a related federal charge, is planning to play for an upstart pro basketball league, the Seattle Superhawks. A member of the newly recreated United States Basketball League announced Porter's signing today. The team is scheduled to begin its season on March 7th. Porter pleaded guilty in July of 2024 in federal court in Brooklyn to 1 count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, a felony that carries up to 20 years in prison, though Porter is expected to get between 3 to 4 years when he is sentenced. Meanwhile, the Tennessee Titans have released starting center Lloyd Cushenberry III and starting safety Xavier Woods earlier today, I should say. Cushenberry was released with a failed physical designation.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Mariners spring training is well underway before the guys head off to the WBC. We're awaiting the arrival of Charlie Furbush, who will join us from Peoria, Arizona. So just give me the heads up when he's available out there. By the way, I was sent an email earlier today about teams that have players participating in the WBC.
Right.
Teams losing the most players. Number 1, the New York Mets with 17 players. Number 2, the Seattle Mariners, 16 players.
Wow.
Teams with losing the fewest, there's a tie between the Washington Nationals and the Houston Astros, just have 3 players each going to the WBC. And then they break it down like most internationally diverse teams. Mariners, number 1, representing 12 countries. So,
yeah, we've got Italy with Canzone and Mastroboni.
Yeah. You got Canada. You got them all. You got 12 countries there, Dave. So 16 players, only 1 behind the Mets. Meanwhile, we got our guy on the scene down there. He's with us every week during the baseball season in studio, and now he's down there scouting good restaurants for us to go to when we get down there in a couple weeks. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Charlie Furbush is with us. How are you, man?
Oh, I'm doing great. So good to hear your voices today. Oh, it's been so long.
I know.
Yeah,
how's it going down there? Is it warm? Are you sitting there in a pair of shorts and sunglasses? What's happening down there?
Oh, we just came off a Mariners tie today. Just got done the game with Rick Riz. Nice. Beautiful day. I'm rubbing it in, 86 degrees. Just seeing our boys in blue play great. So it's been a fun camp right now, and I can
86?
certainly feel. Yeah, 86.
That's a little bit much.
A little bit much. It's okay. It'll be 94 this weekend, so
now watch. We'll get down there. It'll be raining.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. By the way, Charlie sent me a text before he came on and said that we can only refer to him as St. Joseph College Hall of Famer, Charlie Furbush. There we go. Love that.
There you go.
Hey,
that's right.
Yeah, tell us, other than the weather, what stood out the most? Like, actually, a player. what player has stood out the most to you that's, not Cal Raleigh or Julio, but, some of the young kids?
Yeah, that's it's a great question. There's been an influx of people in camp. We got 77 guys total, and you're having all the young guys, all the top prospects here get to, get in camp, mingle with Cal and Julio and all these guys, and it's a pretty cool experience in your first big league camp, being able to, get into spring training from a team that was almost in the World Series, and where they're going and what they're trying to do. But there's a couple guys that come to mind right out the gate, and it's hard not to like what I'm seeing, not only from a performance standpoint, but from a character standpoint. So I've been able to first meet with Cade Anderson, first-round draft pick from LSU. I mean, a guy that is polished and looking sharp as can be. So really excited to see his debut in spring. I'm sure you'll see a couple innings out of him once you guys get down here. He's just been an absolute delight. So I think the Mariners got a steal with that pick, obviously getting the number 3 pick. And, the Mariners don't have a lefty in the rotation, so I can see that, the future is bright there. And then, it's hard not to give the other love to the young 20-year-old Ryan Sloan. Maybe a little pitcher bias in this, but I think when you see these guys, when you get down to camp, you'll both go, okay, now I know what he's talking about. When you look at Ryan Sloan from the neck up, you'll say, wow, I think he might be 16 years old. He's got quite the baby face, but oh my, he is built like a tank, and he has got a ton of room for growth. Rick and I got to see him throw a bullpen today. He was lighting it up. Just really, really fun to see. And once he gets this, really engulfed into the Mariner way for everything they do in the pitching world, it certainly seems like his ceiling is as high as anyone's.
It seems like that the question marks are on the infield as to who's going to occupy which spot. And I'm curious to get your take on, and we know right now Brendan Donovan, I guess, is penciled in as your third baseman, but the vast majority of his career has been spent at second base and left field, so he doesn't have a ton of experience at third. If Colt Emerson were to win a spot on this roster, is he your third baseman and you move Donovan to second base, or do you feel like that's between Cole Young and Leo Rivas and Ryan Bliss and Arroyo? How do you see the infield shaking out?
That's going to be the biggest thing as spring training unfolds here. It's a kind of a fortunate thing the Mariners have going on, being able to not have many positions to fill. I think they usually have come into camp and there's been a variety of jobs to win. And right now there aren't that many spots. So as you mentioned, the infield battle is going to be the one I think we're all going to be paying attention to. You'll get to meet Brendan Donovan, and there's everything about him is so easy to fall in love with, because he's just such a gamer, and you'll hear it. He's like, I will play wherever. I don't care. I just want to be a part of the team and help the team win. It's honestly such a good thing to hear from a guy that's been in the big leagues. Like, I can bring the versatility, and I'm willing to do it. But right now, the other guy that is certainly continuing to impress all of us down here is Colt Emerson, and he does have all the tools. And we talked about it today. This is a kid that is 20 years old. He made his way all the way up to AAA last year, climbed the ladder that fast. It shows you that not only is he physically talented, but he can handle it between the ears. This guy is going to have a super bright future, and it's a guy that you'd want to be playing every day. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in camp and how his performance unfolds, because he's going to also have the benefit of, if he gets up to the team and makes the team this year at any point, like, he doesn't have to be the guy. That is such a big weight off his shoulders. Typically, these number one prospects come up and they ask the world of them, but he's got a full team of veterans here between Julio, Cal, Naylor, that can kind of take that weight off and let him be himself. So it'll be really fun to see, him in a Mariners uniform up at T-Mobile Park. At this point, I don't know what will happen in the infield, but I think that they're going to give him every opportunity to earn the job.
Charlie, as we like to do on this show, we're always kind of tinkering with the rotation, and who's the ace, who's number 2, 3, 4, 5. Where are you right now with that? It typically changes, as the season goes on. We'll kind of revisit it, but who's your opening day pitcher right now, and then what sort of order as far as the rotation goes?
Yeah, good question. It's to me, without a doubt, between Bryan Wu and Logan Gilbert. And, given the success of Bryan Wu last year, obviously the late injury late in the year, super unfortunate for the team. I think that had Wu been healthy into the playoffs, it's hard to say that the Mariners aren't in the World Series playing against the Dodgers. So in my mind right now, I think Wu should be number one. I only say this as well is that, Logan has already had an opening day nod. It would be cool just from a career aspect to get Wu that experience. And, in a lot of ways, he earned it. He did everything in his power to be that ace. And when you look at what happened last year between the rotation and the injuries between all of the guys, it's just amazing to what he did. And if you think about where the team went and the fact that they won the AL West for the first time in 24 years with all the injuries they had, and you just go back and go, wow, there's no chance the Mariners are in the position they're in had they not had the performance of Bryan Wu last year. And after seeing him pitch today, man, it just looks free and easy and right back to what we saw last year. So I think I'd go Wu number one, and then, slot Logan right in there number two. He's looked super sharp as well. I mean, it's really a toss-up, 1A, 1B. It's hard to pick, right? I think you like both of them. They profile so great as starting pitchers. And then I think depending on, how the matchups and lineups unfold between the opening series of Cleveland and then the Yankees coming to town, it's hard not to, you can kind of flip-flop between Castillo and Kirby and then put Miller at the 5 spot. I think when you look at it that way, it's such a strong rotation. And to see these guys in camp, you can tell like they're motivated and they're doing everything in their power to stay as healthy as they can, because when you rewind to a couple of years ago, this staff was insane. They were just one of the most feared staffs and arguably one of the best staffs that maybe has ever existed. So if we can get a glimpse of this rotation back to what they've done a few years ago, it's only going to make this team even more dangerous than they already are.
Well, and you talk about this staff a couple of years ago, and two of the guys in that rotation finished the year with sub-3 ERAs, and that was Bryan Wu and it was Bryce Miller, who was the other guy who really had a tough time. Just 18 starts last year, finished with a 5.68 ERA. What have you seen out of him, whether it's just throwing on the side or just, I don't know how much you've had a chance to get eyes on him, but what have you seen from Bryce Miller?
No, talk to Bryce. Bryce, he's a cool cat. It's great to catch up with him, and he feels strong. I would say the live bullpens I saw in the side sessions, I mean, it is as classic Bryce Miller as you've ever seen. I think you wouldn't even realize that he had anything going on last year. Easy to see the 96, 97 he's been pumping, and I think that's just what makes this rotation so insanely good, is that you have 5 guys, assuming that Castillo is still, looking as strong as I've seen. You get 5 guys that are throwing 95 again, and that's just a humongous weapon. And every other team is saying to themselves, man, I do not want to face these guys when they're on, because they're so hard to hit. And then you hand it off to the great bullpen the Mariners have, and it's just, this is a recipe for the World Series. And the whole team and the messaging that Dan Wilson is providing each day, this is getting these guys on the right track. And man, oh man, it's exciting, and it's a fun vibe down here.
Hey, Charlie, have you got a chance to see Jose Ferrer at all? Because, it was pretty big move, pretty big part of the off-season transactions. And, I'm just curious to see what he looks like. Yeah,
another really strong guy in Ferrer. And you look at some of these numbers last year, you look at the ground ball rate and just general stuff. I mean, he's also a high velocity guy. And to think that how great Gabe Spire was last year and all the things that we continued to be impressed by him, and so cool that he now gets to go pitch for Team USA and the WBC. Like, that's just such a cool thing. But, he was the only bullpen or only left-hander in the bullpen all year, and he was relied on countless amount of times. And, it's one of those things where to have another lefty, a weapon in the bullpen that you can call on in the 6th inning to get a Yordan Alvarez out, that is going to be so much more valuable, because then you can still put Spire in the 8th inning and get that done. So I think that signing's been huge. I've really really, really liked everything that I've seen so far. And, you know, it's early in spring. It's one of those things that I'm not really judging results. It's not that important to see what the box score says. I want to see tempo. I want to see, you know, how the body is moving. What is your body language after this? And how is your attitude? These are the things that I think you can kind of work on and craft and make sure that it's taken care of. So when the season comes, you know, you're ready to actually go put results out there.
Yeah, it seems like that. I mean, a huge help, obviously, for Gabe Spire, who you know exceeded his career high in innings pitched by a bunch last year. Him and Bizzardo. I'm just curious, as a pitcher, Charlie, how much carryover do you think there is, if any at all? Because we had a lot of people that were blaming Logan's injuries on him pitching the number of innings he did the previous year. He led the league in innings pitched, and then last year he broke down a little bit, and some were pointing to that. You're looking at Bizzardo, who exceeded his innings total by a ton, more than he had ever pitched in his career. Do you expect that they'll, I don't know, be a little more, baby step it a little more with Spire and Bizzardo to start the year because of the workload from last year? Do you buy into carryover?
You know, not so much. I think, you know, every year is a new year, and you know, there is maybe a little carryover or you know, some things that kind of echo from the year before. But, you know, what I'm seeing right now, I think that, you know, the health of these guys is the most important thing. And I think that the performance with the health and the experience that you have last year, because that's what it is. You now have a whole new kind of cerebral experience as well to rely on. I mean, you get to the playoffs and, you know, it's the heart rate goes up. It's more intense, more eyes on it. And to be able to learn from these situations kind of can only make the regular season stuff even easier. And then, you know, when you look at what the workload they've done, you know, the Mariners are going to do everything they can to protect these guys and make sure that they're not, you know, pitching too much or throwing too often. And there's a really good communication back and forth between the pitchers and the pitching coach, Pete Woodworth, about where they're at and how they're feeling. So I think that the Mariners are in a good spot to really not see too much regression across the board. I know the bullpen can be a little volatile at times, but these guys have had some tremendous experience, and I think they'll just fall back on that and get right back to getting guys out late in the game like they always do.
Hey, Charlie, we had we heard on the Hot Stove Show a Brendan Donovan interview, and you mentioned him. I'm not sure if you've got a chance to talk to him or anything, but
we have.
Yeah, tell us what stood out about him, because I had 10 clips of just awesome things he's saying, either about, you know, how great this franchise is and the Mariners and all the things that they do that's right, and that was nice to hear coming from St. Louis. And yeah, he just seems like a great teammate. What did you hear from him?
You know, you pretty much nailed it on the head, Dave. It's been a joy to watch Donovan come into camp. And you know, as somebody who's been traded to a new team, when I showed up to the Mariners for the first time, it can be a little nerve-wracking. You know, who's who? You're doing a bunch of introductions. You don't know where to go, where things are. But what you continue to see out of Donovan is that he is actually putting in the work to get to know his teammates. And that is a humongous, tremendous add inside that clubhouse, is because when you're, and you know, Dave, inside that locker room, you know, you guys leave it all out on the line, and we all care so much. We want to win, but sometimes you got to pull a layer back and get to know the human a little bit more and build trust with somebody so that, you know, you can rely on these teammates of yours when you're struggling or what have you. So he's done such a good job to become a great teammate. And I think that is one of the things that is so important for all athletes to make sure that they do, is make sure you're a good teammate. Make sure you do the right things, and this stuff will echo throughout the clubhouse, and people will see this. So it just shows me a high character, high, you know, leader type guy that's going to go out there and grind, and he really cares about winning. But it's been a joy just to get to know him, and I can feel the excitement he has, and he's excited to be here. You know, he mentioned, you know, how he thought he was going to come here. Maybe the deal took a little bit longer, but he's certainly been excited and certainly excited to watch from our side of things. And I don't think that any Mariner fan are going to be upset with this type of player that we got on this roster.
Charlie Furbush is joining us live from Peoria, Arizona, here with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. And Charlie, looking at this team versus last year, the reality is you're going to lose some production, right? You can't expect Cal to hit 60. You expect some regression there. It's just not a fair expectation. 60, you lose 26 home runs from Jorge Polanco. Do you worry about how they make that up, or do you think they make it up with a full season of Naylor? Maybe they create more runs, they produce more runs, and more importantly, maybe the pitching staff is closer to what they were the year previous. Maybe not exactly the same, but you don't need as many of those runs. How do you see them sort of balancing out what they may be losing in the way of offense?
Yeah, I mean, I think Polanco was such a bright spot, and the playoff stuff. It was I think. You know, I know this past year we talked about it. I think he signed late last year, and maybe we weren't sure about what that was going to look like, but I think he exceeded all expectations in what he provided. So the person that I'm really impressed by, and I continue to see him hit the ball very hard the other way. I think his last 3 hits have been over 103 miles an hour, just roping the ball the other way. And I think a guy that can change the real trajectory of this team, and everyone already knows this, but it's Julio Rodriguez. I mean, I think that when we continue to watch this guy, we just haven't seen the best version of Julio Rodriguez, and he truly is an MVP type player, and it wouldn't shock me that now after all of this experience he's had, you mash it up with the playoff experiences, and you take it and you can take it to the next level. I really feel that Julio is primed for like a very big season, and you know, not that we didn't know this was going to happen or believe it was going to happen, but it just feels different to me right now, where I think that he's gonna come out with some serious intentions, and obviously got to see everything that kind of Cal got to enjoy last year. I'm sure he's saying, you know what, I want to do that too, and he has every skill set under the sun to do it. So I'm excited to see the step forward he's going to take as still a very young ball player, and a guy that, as we've seen, the team has gone how Julio has gone. And if we can just get Julio to get that first few months and get him started quicker, I think you're in line for an MVP type season.
Charlie, hard-hitting baseball question from me. You are number 41. Why is it that I can only name 2 jersey numbers? One is Kirby, 68. I knew that one. I knew Cal was 29. But it just doesn't. I mean, I could tell you every player on the Seahawks and their number. But how big of was that a big deal to you? Why'd you pick 41?
So this wasn't an original pick of mine. So what had happened was I was wearing number 49 while I was with the Detroit Tigers, and thought that was a great number for me and the number I would wear the rest of my career, because I would play for Detroit forever and never get traded. But that quickly ended when I got traded at the deadline, my rookie season. And I want to say when I got traded over, I had the option to pick 2 different numbers, because unfortunately 49 was taken. So I had to get a new number, and it was between 41 and 25. And I don't know. 25 just seemed like a power hitter. I'm like, it just doesn't seem like a pitcher, like especially a left-handed one. I don't know. I just felt like it didn't resonate with 25. So I went with 41, and it's one of my favorite numbers now.
Okay,
it's the best.
So you guys are at heart like the NFL players, because it just seems like I can identify my teammates. I remember my teammates in high school, their jersey numbers. It just doesn't seem like you ever really notice the baseball player numbers. But apparently you do.
Yeah.
According to you.
I mean, for me, the fact that I had a choice. I think a lot of guys come up and they're just like, you show up to the locker and they're like, oh, that's my number. I guess I am number whatever. So, I know there was some people that come to next spring and they go, I want to change my number, but there's a whole process on the back end, and it's not as easy as you think just to change the number. So it's just, for me, I'm happy they didn't stick me with like number 72 or something,
Those are the guys that don't make the big league club. Those are those numbers.
Well, unless that number meant something to me, I'd say I'm glad I got a good number.
Yeah, if you're number 98, you're probably not going to be on the roster. So, Charlie, good stuff, man. We appreciate it. Have fun down there, and looking forward to seeing you, man.
Yes. First off, Rick Riz says hi. I also want to say congrats on the Super Bowl, Dave. Okay, it's so cool.
I had very little to do with it, but yeah, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that.
I know, but you got to. We re-listened to you, and you do a great job. So, what a cool thing! And hopefully, here the Mariners are going to do the same thing, and be riding down 4th Ave on a parade here before you know it.
There we go. Yeah.
There you go. Rick Riz in the background. Give me some love.
Tell Rick we love him.
Hey, they love you, Rick. Love that. Yeah, they love. He loves you too. We all love you. So I appreciate you having me on, and look forward to seeing you guys soon.
Thanks, Charlie.
We'll see you, man. There you go. There's Charlie Furbush and Rick Riz in the background joining us live from Peoria, Arizona, where apparently it's 86 degrees today. Unbelievable. If you guys didn't catch all of that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, click on our picture. It'll be right there waiting for you, and you can click subscribe. It's totally free, and then it just shows up for you every day. You don't even have to remember. It's beautiful. Meanwhile, what are Logan Gilbert's expectations for 2026? We'll let you hear a bit of what he had to say on that coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal Raleigh, how do you handle the knowledge that you guys are one of the best teams in the league right now?
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be. And if you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations. We're not really focused on, can we do it? Or the hope factor. No, we know that we're good enough.
Catch every one of Brock and Salk's interviews from Mariners spring training on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
It's home show season. To celebrate, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is giving you 20% off and a lifetime installation warranty, plus 12 months to pay with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest financing. See us at the home shows or visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cash back app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. Top users make between $200 to $300 per month.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit it, offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Don't miss the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 7. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ Bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's radio to 64,000.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to Charlie Furbush, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys just tuned in and missed that conversation, it will be available on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, Logan Gilbert was a guest of Brock and Salk today, talked about a few different things, and talked about it, first of all, just his expectations for 2026.
I mean, just win it all right off the bat. That has to be the expectation, the goal, nothing less. I don't like getting into let's make the playoffs or win the division or, maybe next year we get to the World Series. Like, I don't want it to be step-by-step type of thing. It's great if we fail our way into that like we did last year, but progress is great, but we have to shoot for the whole thing, and that has to be the expectation too. No team wins the World Series by, accidentally doing it or thinking, well, we played above what we should have. I think from the get-go we have to think we're the best team. We're going to be the last one standing.
He sounds different.
He's a dad now.
Maybe it's because he's a dad now. Yeah, he just sounds more confident, and I always love whenever we go to spring training, I always think of who are the 2 guys we want to talk to, Cal and Logan Gilbert, always. And yeah, just he sounds like he's all grown up now.
He is. He's been in the league long enough. He's been the opening day starter. He's been looked at as the leader of this rotation at one point, and we'll see what this season looks like. So, yeah, I think he's right that they should expect that based on how things went last season. And he talked about how it feels to talk about a World Series now.
Yeah, it's good that it feels more normal now. I feel like if we said that a few years ago, it kind of felt like we were skipping steps in 20, like we were just trying to break the drought or whatever it was. It's good that it's normal now for us and from the outside that people are expecting us to have a chance.
Yeah, I can't imagine how much weight was on their shoulders to break that 20 plus years of no playoffs. No playoffs. You didn't make it to the postseason in over 2 decades.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the guys, though, they didn't go through that, right? Like, Dan feels it. But, yeah, I mean, you understand that. And I'm sure that people are like, wow, really?
Well, yeah, I get that they're certainly not a part of it, but they're more than aware of it.
Yeah.
So they'd hear about it and getting close and then not coming up with enough at the end to get through to the postseason. I mean, I think they started to feel it, whether they were a part of it, bad history or not. It was just, I can imagine. It was like, okay, this is a year we got the team, we're going to do it, we got this rotation, we're going to get it done, and when it doesn't happen, you heard the frustration come out. You heard it come out with Cal, and you heard it, pointed to the acquisitions the team was not making, and pointing to the Rangers and what they were doing at the time. So, I think that those sort of comments were born out of that pressure and disappointment, knowing, you know what, our rotation is beyond good enough to be there.
Right.
How about we give them the support?
Yeah, and I think any player that's coming here, whether it's through the draft or free agency, you're able to get up to speed pretty quickly. You look at, okay, to the Mariners, I don't remember seeing them in the playoffs. And then you go back and look at the history and the long drought. And yeah, I mean, you don't have to be aware of it, or I mean, you don't have to have been through it like a guy like Dan Wilson. But you definitely know and kind of feel the pressure.
Logan went on to talk about what it was like pitching in the playoffs.
Yeah, it definitely feels different, like heightened and all that stuff. I think your first taste of the playoffs feels massively different. And then after, it's almost an adrenaline high every single day. So it almost in a weird way starts to then feel more normal of the craziest game is just now the new normal. But of course, when you're actually in the moment, it's like a split second. It's crazy and nerve-wracking and all this stuff, and then you throw the first pitch and it's just back to baseball.
Which is probably a lot like the Super Bowl. You got all the pomp and circumstance that goes with it, all the build-up, and then you go out there, and once the first series takes place, gets going, you're good. So It's a football game.
Yeah, exactly. I know that was like that for every game for me. It was like I always wanted to get that first collision out of the way. I remember a couple of games where I started off and it was all pass plays and didn't make a tackle, was just running around. And I'm like, man, somebody hit me. I want to, once you get that, you get in there and get that first hit, it starts to feel like just like any other game. So, but yeah, it was kind of interesting to hear his perspective there on, the adrenaline every day in the playoffs.
Meanwhile, he moves on to your favorite topic, Cal Raleigh. And his former roommate talks about Cal's consistency.
Yeah, that's what I tell people after the jokes, of course, that he is the guy that stays exactly the same. That if that success happens to anybody, you want it to happen to him because he can handle it so well and stays the exact same. And a lot of that credit to all the pitchers for giving him a hard time and keeping him in check because we try so hard in all of our free time to just bother him when he's so busy. But he has so much talent, but like you said, the persona that he has, the leadership, staying grounded, it's a very rare combination.
I love that they all take such great delight in trying to annoy him. It seems to work because he'll talk about his annoyance, specifically with Logan Gilbert.
Well, at the end of an interview the other day, he said something, and he was grumbling about Logan Gilbert, and he says, yeah, and all his pitching nonsense. He's like the grumpy old dad, we got everybody trying to mess with him.
Yeah, Logan's just a big kid, giant irritant to him. I don't know how they're going to top that video they did last year with the lie detector.
I was just going to bring that up. That was amazing. I mean, you could, if you want to kind of sum up how well those guys know each other, it was pretty cool.
It was very funny, very funny. More specifically, Logan Gilbert just being taking it so seriously and saying, well, they got a website, they must know. And he was questioning everything. He was into the whole conspiracy theory of the entire joke. He was a little serious for how light it was, but it was a very funny video. If you guys haven't seen it, I would definitely check that out. I don't know if it's up on YouTube or something, but very, very funny. Yeah. He went on to talk about the kind of guy Brendan Donovan is.
He just seems all business. Definitely the gritty type from what I've heard and seen. But I love it because I think we relate. He's kind of like head down, a little more quiet, and just does his work every single day. Every time I see him, he's in the weight room or in the cage. So that's my kind of guy. That's the guy I want on my team.
Yeah, you hear the same things about him. You hear about Naylor, that he's all business. He's all baseball. He's just, but that not out of, hey, it's my job. It's what I got to do. I mean, I think they love it.
Yeah.
You know, guys that love the game. They're guys that'll play for the glory. They'll play for the money. And they're guys that'll play. Certainly those are big things, but they just love the sport, whether it's football, whether it's baseball. I love this game.
Yeah.
And that's Naylor and that's Donovan.
Exactly. Yeah. By the way, if you just type into the Google machine, lie detector, Logan Gilbert, Cal Raleigh, it's right there at the top. I think it's about 15 minutes long. Hilarious.
Yeah, it's very funny. From last year's spring training, is when that came out. Very funny stuff. Meanwhile, there's more offseason drama brewing in the Cardinals organization. We're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Doesn't last October feel like it was just yesterday?
Listen to the roar of the crowd again.
The journey to making this fall the best ever starts now.
Down in Peoria at Mariners spring training.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com.
It's the newest Mariner, Brendan Donovan.
Already from walking in this door, just the buzz and the culture and the standard of what's expected of people here is really high.
We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Swedish Cyberknife. For local men recently diagnosed with prostate cancer, several treatment options are available. And I recently had the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Robert Meyer. He's a multiple-time recipient of the Seattle Top Doctor Award, and we spoke about the great work being done by Swedish Cyberknife. And Dr. Meyer said patients experience fewer side effects compared with other treatments, and the Cyberknife treatment is complete after only 5 sessions, each lasting less than an hour. Patients are treating their prostate cancer in only 1 week with minimal interruption to their lives. Many don't even have to take off time to undergo treatment. You don't have to take off time from work. Swedish has been offering the Cyberknife treatment in Seattle for over 10 years and treated over 1,000 prostate cancer patients, and some of them listening right now. And also remember, the Cyberknife targets the prostate cancer only. So if diagnosed with prostate cancer, learn more about Cyberknife for prostate cancer treatment at swedish.org/Cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Luxury has arrived. It's Mike Salk here, and the all-new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is now open, featuring a destination spa, the expanded non-smoking space, and breathtaking views of the Cascades. You can catch every game at Hawks Peak, over 66 televisions, plus that 2,000-seat entertainment venue and exciting new dining options. Effortless style, the utmost in relaxation. You can book now at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring, well, it's the perfect time to start planning your dream deck. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get you started with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. What does that mean? Well, it means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with a design package end up with the outdoor space they've always dreamed of. And this offer is your first step. Don't wait until summer and wish you had started the process sooner. Start it now. Do what Molly and I did some years ago. Contact PCF Construction Group today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. Go see my friends at pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
Here's Nick Sirianni on with Rich Eisen discussing A.J. Brown's future in Philly.
I can only say I love A.J. Brown.
Right.
He is a great teammate. He is a great football player. And when is that? Have you ever heard me say, I guarantee we win this game? I guarantee we did it. You don't do that in this league. And so when it's kind of put that way, you're just like, I'm getting asked an impossible question, whether I answer it this way or that way. And so you just go and again, all I'll say is I love A.J. Brown and I love the player. I love the person. Man, I'm really grateful for the relationship I have with him. That's why you get into this. You get into this for the relationships. You get into this to help guys achieve goals that they want to be able to achieve as a coach and be a servant leadership for them. And so, man, I can't say I love I love that relationship that I have with him.
I think he oversold it.
I think he did too. You think he might have a different answer if they said, can you guarantee Jalen Hurts is your quarterback next year? He'd say, yes. Barring injury, the only thing that would keep him out. Right. I mean, he's saying he won't guarantee anything. I think he was leaning a little heavy on it.
Yeah, but it just sounds like something that you practice in front of the mirror for like, okay, I have to say it 100 times. I love A.J. Brown. I love A.J. Brown. Meanwhile, he stands out as probably the worst teammate in the NFL right now. I'm trying to think of anybody else.
Just most visually seeming to be one of the more disruptive, unhappy. I think the fact that he complained after they won. Yeah, that just tells you about a guy. We talked about the absolute selfless nature of the Seahawks and that being such a key to their success. And they didn't care who got the stat, who got the catch, who got the sack. It was an us thing. And you got somebody complaining after you win, and he's on social media and he's talking about, it's whatever he was saying. It's a disaster. Don't put me on your fantasy team, and just bitching, like just about him not getting the touches and not getting the attention as a receiver.
Yeah, I'm trying trying to rack my brain right now for somebody who's a worse teammate than him, and nobody comes to mind.
Sweeping the dial.
Bears head coach Ben Johnson says he doesn't talk to Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
What is the deal with the Packers?
Who likes the Packers?
How much of that is leaning fully into your job as Bears coach, and how much of it is how you truly feel?
Yeah, I mean, the Bears and the Packers, they should not like each other. I think it's as simple as that. And I think that's going to make this rivalry, this game, something that people are going to watch here going forward.
Have you talked to Matt LaFleur at all? Because I feel like he gets confused. Like, what did I do? Do you have any relationship with him? Have you heard from him? Has he called you up and he said, what's the deal? Like anything like that?
No, we don't talk.
Okay. Do you want it that way?
I'm good with it.
Has he tried to reach out to you?
No.
Ben Johnson, I don't know what this guy's like. Here's how it comes off, is that he is very nerdly, and he feels like he has to make it into more of a rivalry. And so he's kind of, it's kind of like Sirianni talking about loving A.J. Brown. I mean, I feel like it's like he's trying to speak it into existence, and he's trying to say it over and over because he thinks that's what it should be.
It's kind of performative.
Yeah, and he's just kind of a nerd and doesn't really know how to do it right. I don't think anybody's really buying that he hates LaFleur.
I haven't paid any attention to their post-game interaction. Do they shake hands, give a good game, kind of quick meeting at midfield, or have they shunned each other? I don't know.
Yeah, well, there. If you click on the link, I mean, it was, for this story, there's a kind of a weird picture where he's like got his mouth open. It looks like he's running over, and LaFleur's extending his hand like just to give him an honest, handshake, and it looks like Ben Johnson's acting like a jackass. And that's just kind of the way he was afterwards, and it just seemed entirely forced. And I don't know, maybe Ben Johnson is one of these guys that's like a, football savant, but he just, socially is very awkward.
Sweeping the dial.
Arizona Cardinals general manager Monty Austinfort says he's talked with Kyler Murray, but a source told ESPN that isn't the case. Here's Josh Weinfuss discussing the drama.
Obviously, I'm not inside Monty's head, but my best guess is that this was his way of being, of kind of like keeping the waters calm, right? Because I think if he had come out and said, no, we haven't talked this offseason, I mean, that's an instant headline. That's an instant story. Like, I don't think he thought in his wildest dreams that I would break the news that they did not talk, right? I think he believed that if he got that out there, people would run with it, which they did. I mean, I tweeted out that but that's what he said. So I think he was just trying to say, you know what, let's just save face. No one knows the truth, and he got caught.
Well, and it sounds like, it says a source told ESPN. That's not the case. They haven't talked. That had to have been Kyler Murray, right? I mean, he had to have gone to him and said, or maybe his agent, I don't know, but he seems like a difficult guy to deal with.
Well, and is there any scenario which he comes back and he's their quarterback? I mean, it just feels like it's a fait accompli at this point, that it's from every analyst's perspective. They're like, no, there's no way he's coming back next year. I don't know. I mean, obviously nothing's happened to this point, but I'm not sure what they're trying to do. If they're trying to do damage control here in order to trade him potentially, or I don't know what the cap ramifications are if they release him, or if they try to trade him. And I don't know. I don't know what their motivation is in trying to keep things calm, if that's the motivation for saying, yeah, we talked, when they didn't.
This is a year where, we talked a lot about, the sort of resurgent careers of quarterbacks. But I don't know. Kyler Murray just does not feel like he is ever going to be that guy. And having the wrong franchise quarterback, man, it's a headache. And it's an anchor around your neck.
Yeah, and especially in his case, because he's being paid as such. Whereas we've talked about the other guys that have made, they've had that resurrection. Sam Darnold, obviously here, but he, all these years in the league, he was drafted number 3, but he never got that contract.
Yeah.
He was looked at as a bust. Mac Jones never got that contract, looked at as a bust. Baker Mayfield never got that contract, looked at as a bust. Kyler Murray got the contract.
Right.
Tua got the contract. Those are two guys that are being reported as being very available out there. So whether they get released, whether they get traded, It would be pretty surprising if either are back with their team, more specifically Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I mean, who do you give a better chance? Tua, I thought, after he had that concussion thing that he might hang him up, but which one would you rather have? Which one would
Tua
you rather
be a better
stuck
guy
with?
in the locker room?
Definitely. Yeah, when you had, I'm trying to remember the name of the tackle that was telling him, said in the media that he needs to grow up, he needs to mature.
Oh, talking about Kyler, yeah.
Yeah. So, it's. I mean, even his teammates are telling him.
In his contract, the big contract said he had to spend X amount of time studying.
Right.
So that's
Kelvin Beachum.
Yeah.
That was the guy that said it. But yeah, you're right. I mean, he had to have that written in. Come on.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's just not a lot of positive signs to his being a different player. Maybe change of scenery does help him. I don't know. But I just can't imagine he's back in a Cardinals uniform. Meanwhile, what has Shannon Drayer seen from the Mariners in this first week of spring training? We'll find out. She's going to join us next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal Raleigh, how do you handle the knowledge that you guys are one of the best teams in the league right now?
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be. And if you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations. We're not really focused on, can we do it? Or the hope factor. No, we know that we're good enough.
Catch every one of Brock and Salk's interviews from Mariners spring training on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's February, and we're a month into those fitness goals and resolutions. And are you already tired of the crowded gyms and sweaty machines? Maybe you're ready to upgrade your fitness equipment in your own home. Well, I got the place and some deals for you. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my friends at Top Fitness. Right now, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor, True, or Inspire treadmills. Top Fitness sells the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire Stairmaster, and much more. It's trade-in days at Top Fitness, and it's not too late to get in the best shape of your life. Top Fitness has the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state of Washington, and their staff will truly show you why. It's no secret that everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stores. Top Fitness has locations at Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. And remember, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit today. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue our clients face. And if you're a divorcing father, the relationship with your children is about to change. But that change doesn't have to be for the worse. Kids already feel the stress of parents who don't get along, but they can thrive after a divorce. Kids trust their dads. Their dads trust Goldberg Jones. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Jonte Porter, who was banned for life by the NBA for gambling in 2024 and currently awaiting sentencing after pleading guilty to a related federal charge, is planning to play for an upstart pro basketball league, the Seattle Superhawks. A member of the newly recreated United States Basketball League announced Porter's signing today. The team is scheduled to begin its season on March 7th.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We've been talking a lot about Mariners spring training. I cannot wait to get down there and watch this team in person, see everything for myself. But right now we live through the eyes and the ears and everything else of our experts who are on the scene. And one of them joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline is our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer, joining us. Hello, Shannon.
Hi, guys.
How's it going down there? I heard it's very, very hot.
It is. I don't remember. I think you were on some of the trips where you were early enough that it was still pretty cool and chilly and you had to bundle up. I don't think that's going to be a problem this time. We've seen 80s the last couple of days. It's supposed to get up to 90 by the weekend, and it's definitely ahead of schedule with the heat.
We were out there, and it was so cold that I was going inside the building during every commercial break because we were freezing to death. And that's when the Futures game got rained out, and it was raining sideways. It was not good. So that's good to hear it's like that. More importantly, what were you looking forward to most going down there? What was it you were like, all right, I'm most curious about this, whether it's a player, a group of players, what was on your hit list, so to speak?
I think I was really looking forward to seeing the starting rotation in one piece, seeing them healthy, having a full off season to kind of get over everything that they went through last year, and that hasn't disappointed. Logan Gilbert is just like a little ray of sunshine running around spring training camp. He just wants to be there for every bit of activity that happens in those bullpens and watching everything and, going through his established routine right now. And what they're doing that's a little bit different is that we're pretty accustomed to coming into spring training and hearing about new things that they're working on. Well, they don't really need new things anymore. And so the focus this year is work on, getting better at the things that you are already good at. You really don't need to add anything. So it's a little bit different. It's not as experimental, but watching Bryan Wu today and how focused he was on his work, it was just his first outing out, but, very much had things that he wanted to accomplish, and those things were the things he had been practicing this week, not out there experimenting with anything, just really going about in earnest, trying to improve on what he did last season. Of course, he set that bar very high.
Yeah, Shannon, it's interesting. I was wondering if they ever, are there any times that where they butt heads on, what you're doing in the off season, and you're going to, different places and working on certain things. And then you get to spring training, and then the Mariner coaching staff has their own ideas. Is there friction at times, or have you noticed that in the past?
No, because they work very closely with the coaches, and if they do have places that they work, the coaches check in with them there. They talk with the people that are at those places. I think there's a huge trust level that they have with Pete Woodworth, that they have with Trent Blank, that they have with the entire analytics crew that they work with too. And I just think that they can just work hand in hand with whatever a player is going to do in the off season. And, little by little, you start to see players work a little bit more towards, I'm going to spend more time in Arizona. This year it was Bryan Wu. He has always either worked at home or traveled in the off season, spent a lot of time in Hawaii a couple of years ago. And it's hard to find people to throw to you and, to play catch with and things like that. And he got down to Arizona where, Cal was down here for a month. Kinzer checked in for a little bit. The organizational pitching guys were here, and they had every bit of technology. So you saw that. Matt Brash, I think this was the first year that he spent as much time as he did in Arizona. And so I do think that it's very collaborative in what they do. They're all given very, distinct plans. They stay in contact with the Mariners coaching staff throughout the off season. And, quite frankly, they like to. They want to, they're sending them video. This is what I'm doing. Here are the numbers on what I'm doing. Is there any chance you can come see me? It's not out of the ordinary for the coaches to travel and go watch them. So I do think that by the time they get to spring training, they know what they've been doing. They know where they're at. I don't think there are surprises.
I got to tell you, I love that Bryan Wu said, no, I don't want to pitch in the WBC. My priority is this team. I love that. That just tells me where his head is at, and that's a leader right there. But, speaking of the WBC, Shannon, I was sent this email that was breaking down which teams have the most players going, which have the fewest, which represent the most countries, all that. Teams losing the most players, according to this email, number 1 is the New York Mets, 17 players. Number 2 is the Seattle Mariners, 16 players. And they're the most internationally diverse team, representing 12 countries. That's the most in baseball. But getting to that number of 16 players going to the WBC, has it changed the urgency? Is the ramp up quicker? These guys trying to get ready at a faster pace because they're going to go play in this thing that has some meaning to it, or does it look like business as usual?
No, it's very different. And every year you see just players reporting more and more ready. We're probably a decade separated from when, maybe even 2, when players were showing up in camp to get ready. Now they show up ready. It is not unusual to see 100 in a bullpen before games even begin. It's not unusual to see 97s and 98s in games in the first week of spring training. That's where they're at right now. But what they're needing to do right now is they have to prioritize the guys that are going to be there. So you are seeing, rather than your regular start with 2 innings in the first game, 3 in the second, probably not playing the third, it is those who are going are playing a ton. Cal Raleigh caught 7 innings yesterday. It was the longest, most miserable game. It just went on just far too long. And Cal ended up getting 5 plate appearances in it. And that wasn't because he wanted to get those at-bats. It's because he wanted to get his game legs under him. He would never ramp up to 7 innings that quickly in a normal year. But he started his work early, so he was ready to do that. So you're seeing the guys that are going to go in these games a lot longer. You're seeing a little less of the guys that you might expect to see because they're not the priority right now. They all have plenty of opportunities to get the innings that they need once everybody is left. And I will point out, that 16 numbers organizationally, it's not all off of the big league roster. It's not quite as bad as it feels. And there's a potential for a surprise here or there of somebody who we thought was going, not going. We'll find out a little bit more in the coming days. And Matt Brash was one of those players. He was listed on Canada's roster, and he had the smallest of setbacks in his work, and he had told the Canadian team, hey, look, this is my first off season that's normal since my Tommy John surgery in 24. I really want to do this, but everything's got to be perfect. If there's even a hint of something that is not normal, I'm not going to be able to do it. And had a little soreness and had to shut things down for about 3-4 days a month ago. And he just really sat down and thought about it, made the decision on his own. I've got to get ready for the long baseball season with the Mariners. As much as I would like to represent Canada, this is telling me right now that I need to focus on that. And so he, pulled his name out of the hat at that point. So it is going to be different next week. I don't think it's going to be quite as bad as we felt it is going to be leading up to it.
Hey, Shannon, I really enjoyed the interview that you and Gary did with Brendan Donovan. That was phenomenal. First of all, I've never asked this question. Why do they call Perry Hill Bone? Where does that come from?
I don't know who gave him that nickname. And when he first came over, he got to the Mariners with that nickname. And it was kind of funny because, Bone or the Bone has always been Jay Buhner. But that is a nickname that can be shared. So he is Bone.
Okay, got it. I thought it was phenomenal. Just some of the answers that he had, whether it's about this franchise and all the help that he got, and that it's a first class operation, to his approach at the plate. I mean, what stood out to you the most in that interview? Because we played several of the clips earlier.
Yeah, we heard his sit down with the media before I got down there, and that was the first anything he's done with the Seattle Mariners media. He didn't do an introductory press conference after the trade, so it was good to hear from him. And I listened to that, and I just had a big smile on my face. I'm like, my gosh, this is a baseball guy. And talked to Jerry DiPoto a little bit about him, and Rob Refsnyder. He is the same way. And he called them baseball rats. And they are guys that study the game, that study others, that are actively trying to learn more about their craft and also impact those around them. The thing that really jumped out to me, and it came from the first interview that I wasn't present for, Donovan said he had 20 or 30 different approaches, and it was all situational. And in talking to him, when Gary and I talked to him, he talked about how every hitter in a lineup has a different role. And we know that when this Mariners lineup goes best, it's when they're all hitting together as a unit. And we got a taste of it last year and kind of that team and getting all that talk going with Josh Naylor. The previous year, they went out and had to find somebody that could do that, and they went and got Justin Turner. They felt that they needed that conversation in the hitting cages. They needed the guy that had been there, who had done it, who had done all that work, and who could talk that language. And now they have got Cal Raleigh as one of those guys. Rob Refsnyder is one of those guys. Brendan Donovan is one of those guys. Josh Naylor is one of those guys. And I can only imagine the impact that is going to have in game. And Dan Wilson is thrilled with it. It's a different kind of leadership, and he's got it in spades in that clubhouse right now. Anytime you can turn that over and turn it over to the players, it just makes it that much stronger. And you don't have a lot of young players, but the young players are right there and listening, and those veteran players understand their role in helping those players along. But just, to hear, the investment that Brendan Donovan had, not just in his game, but in the game of those who are around him, is huge. And now you've got a good number of players on this team that are doing it. And to that end, I talked to Jerry DiPoto about it, and I might get to writing it and I might not. There's a lot of stuff that's going on, and this got pushed on the back burner today. But I talked to DiPoto about it, and he said they're baseball rats. And he said most days I look out there, and Donovan and Refsnyder are the last ones left in the cages, that they are out there forever. And sure enough, it was Donovan walking across the field with the hitting coaches today as the team was leaving for surprise as the last one in the cages. It's been really cool to watch.
Love it. Love hearing that. Shannon, what are we expecting with the infield? How does it finally shake out? I know that Donovan is he penciled in as the third baseman right now with the chance that maybe Colt Emerson makes the squad, and maybe he would play third and Donovan would play second, but there's Cole Young, there's Leo Rivas, there's Ryan Bliss. How does it all shake out, do you think?
I think it's too soon to say. There's a lot still ahead of us, and there will be at-bats to be had, and everybody will be seen. But I think the most likely thing to happen is you will see Brendan Donovan at third base. They want Cole Young to make this team. And for his part, he went out and did the work that he needed to on his body and stamina and getting ready for this season in the off season, and he's been doing a lot of work with Perry Hill as well. So all eyes are on him. Ideally you want him at second base for the long haul. Now, Colt Emerson has done nothing to temper the excitement about what he's been doing, and what's so great about it is it's the complete player. We're seeing brilliant defensive plays. We're seeing he's very fast on the bases, and the bat is starting to get going. And even when the bat is not going, the plate appearances are strong, and they're good. But that's something you're going to have to watch the entirety of spring training.
Sorry to cut you off, where'd they have him playing defensively?
Shortstop a lot right now because J.P. Crawford has been out.
Is he? Is J.P. dinged up, or is he just?
Yeah, tweeted it out earlier today, and I've got it in a notebook today. He is dealing with a bit of a shoulder issue. He has had this in the past in spring training. They're not concerned that he's not going to be ready, but they're keeping him off that shoulder for now. The hope is he will get into games next week. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, this is par for course. It's one of those things where a lot of times guys just swing a little too much too early, and they'll feel it. I think that's where he's at, but we got to keep a watch on that.
But Emerson's been playing short defensively, though.
Mostly, yes.
Okay.
Hey, Shannon, the other day we talked to you, I think it was last week, but you said something about a six-pack? Is that what
Yeah, that's where the pitching mounds, the covered pitching mounds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you mentioned it and somebody texted in. I did hear you reference that, and I was like, wait a minute, I don't know what that means. Hey, anything new down there as far I know, going down there a couple of years ago when they had the Traject machine, and any new technology or gadgets or anything down there?
I was standing behind Ryan Sloan for his bullpen today, and I got a closer look at what they had up on the video boards where they have all the numbers and whatnot from the TrackMan data, everything. It's instantaneous. They can just look up and see it right away. There's a little addition on that now where they also have video of the previous pitch, and they have the stop motion, like live action. It isn't a graphic. It's actually the ball in hand as it's leaving the hand. So that's a little bit new. I haven't seen that before, and taking a look at that. And then Jack Mossman, who just does such a great job with not just the travel, but the minor league operations and the organization operations, has taken what was, you remember where the guys got their haircuts, that basically just kind of utility area at the end of the hall where the clubhouse is? That's gone. That has been turned into just a beautiful conference space with breakout rooms and video screens up on the board. It's their Chalk Talk room. So they're having, and they're not having as many morning meetings as they've had in the past. They'll go a couple of days without having them, which is a little bit different. I think it's because it's a more veteran club right now. But when they do have meetings, now they are in that room with, the nice leather chairs and everything else. There are more coaches are having meetings in there as well, and just, really utilizing every little bit of space that they have.
Shannon, when you look at the rotation last year, and we talked all about the injuries. Everybody missed some time except for Luis Castillo was the one guy who didn't. But the guys that were the most off of their previous year's numbers were George Kirby and Bryce Miller, obviously due to injury in large part. What have you seen from them? I know it's early. Have you had a chance to I know Kirby pitched in a game, but have you had a chance to just watch some of the bullpen or just have conversations with those two guys?
Yeah, Kirby looks like George Kirby right now, which is great. That's what you want him to look like. I think everything is behind him. Bryce Miller is going to be an interesting one. They really saw something out of him at the end of last year and how he was able to do what he did in the postseason. And I think they are looking for him to take that attitude a little bit more into this year. And he's kind of the wild card in this group. When we talk about not trying to do too much, he still falls victim to that. He loves to have 12 different pitches. He loves to look at all the data I was just talking about. So I think it'll be interesting to see where he's at once he gets going. Logan Gilbert, I would throw in that category too, although you looked at his numbers were strong. He just wasn't finishing off hitters. And as I mentioned earlier, he's one of the happiest people to be in camp. His work has been very focused, but he's also he says he just so benefits from being around other pitchers. It's something that he really missed in the off season, and you can tell he's taking advantage of every minute that he has. But he looked good in his first outing, and that, he's all arms and legs. You want to make sure that release point is there and he's comfortable out there. He hit 97 plus in his first outing, which is a good sign that everything is syncing up correctly for him. So I like where he's at right now as well.
By the way, we heard his bag of toys is shrinking. It's not getting bigger. Is that true?
Yeah, we got a little clarity. The morning show got a little clarity on that. It's apparently because the Mariners have made some investments, because Logan is no longer the only pitcher that is using all that stuff. So the team has bought some of that too. He doesn't have to carry it all around with him anymore.
Hey, is Josh Naylor cheating with the dog? Is he actually tempting him or getting him over there with food, or does the dog really like Josh Naylor?
So I think the dog really does like Josh Naylor, but you almost have to have food. Tucker is on a mission when he is in spring training because, kid in the candy store does not even begin to explain where he's at with not one but two cafeterias that he can just go from person to person and beg for bacon. A media group, self included, that usually has dog bones in their pocket. Josh is definitely one of the treat guys, but he definitely, I think, of all the players, has connected the most with Naylor.
See, I feel like I could have guessed that, just because Naylor is such an interesting, there's so much depth to that guy that, he probably has a way of communicating with dogs. And that's how he gets.
Speaks dog.
Yeah.
On that note, if you haven't seen it, I've got a post up on the website right now. It's easily the neatest thing that I have seen so far in spring training, but yesterday's game was umpired by Jen Powell, who last year became the first woman to umpire a big league game. She umpired in 3 games, and in the final one, she got behind the plate during the season last year. And when I looked up, Josh Naylor was batting cleanup, and when he walked up to the plate, he extended his hand, gave a big smile, had a word with her, and then took his at bat. So I doubled back to hear about the conversation today, and it's really a beautiful story. Really tells a lot about who Josh Naylor is, and just neat moment that it's one of those things when you don't have the video and you don't have the replay. I'm really glad I looked up at the right moment.
Yeah, that's cool. That's very cool. What does a full season of Josh Naylor look like for this team? We know his impact. He got here, after the All-Star break, certainly, and just it was an immediate connection with the clubhouse, immediate connection with the fan base. So much so that was the first order of business in the offseason, is getting him locked up. So what do you think that translates to, getting a full season of him?
I'm really interested to see it because it was so good. It was so perfect. You really didn't have that many struggles, and I think you're going to have to give him some grace to have that struggle. Most players have that. But, all of that said, this is going to be the best lineup that he has hit in. And we were talking about understanding the roles, and he could be in a couple of different places there. So it'll be interesting to see, how he goes about his business at the plate. Is he able to do what he was able to do on the base paths last year? Now that everybody knows that he's doing it, well, he's trying in spring training. We're already seeing that. What impact does he have with the conversations that we were talking about? And it almost seemed too good to be true, everything that you heard from teammates throughout the off season about him, but the stories just keep coming fast and furious with him. So I think that he works in many ways, and it might not always be, play out in what his batting average is, and he might go through a slump here or there, but I think the overall plus factor for him is huge. I think the team and the situation should help lift him up a little bit as well. So I think we're just going to have to wait and see, but what you love about him is that he is fully invested, and it rubs off on those around him. And so I'm interested to see. And also, something that shouldn't go overlooked is what he does at first base. And he is that security blanket over there, whether it's J.P. Crawford, who might be going through a little something, or maybe the arm doesn't feel too great, can bounce one in there. Maybe it's a young player who's getting his feet under him. If it's in the vicinity of first base, he's going to take care of it. And that, was a significant impact last year.
100%. Yeah, that was probably the most pleasant surprise, is not knowing that element of his game and how adept he was defensively. So, yeah, you're right. Shannon, great stuff. We appreciate it and look forward to seeing you down there.
Can't wait.
Thanks, Shannon.
There you go. There's Shannon Drayer, our Mariners insider. If you guys missed any part of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show. Just go to seattlesports.com, click the podcast tab, then click on our picture. You'll find anything you missed waiting for you right there. And click subscribe. It's totally free. And then you don't have to worry about remembering. It just shows up for you. It's beautiful. Meanwhile, how is John Schneider preparing for the NFL draft? We'll hear what he had to say from the Combine. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. Seattle Sports on 710.
Doesn't last October feel like it was just yesterday?
Listen to the roar of the crowd again.
The journey to making this fall the best ever starts now.
Down in Peoria at Mariners spring training.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com.
It's the newest Mariner, Brendan Donovan.
Already from walking in this door, just the buzz and the culture and the standard of what's expected of people here is really high.
We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring and summer, it's right around the corner. So if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, well, right now is the time. With a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long. And right now, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions do apply, but do what we did. Contact PCF for all the details and start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning and permits, they can take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
It's Olympic Hot Tub's floor model finale. Don't experience FOMO. Get in now and save thousands on remaining 2025 floor model hot tubs. But hurry, our floor model finale ends February 28th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
The Mariners fix you need during the offseason.
Fans are on their feet. Listen to this.
The Uncruise Adventures Hot Stove, Tuesday nights at 7 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's February, and we're a month into those fitness goals and resolutions. And are you already tired of the crowded gyms and sweaty machines? Maybe you're ready to upgrade your fitness equipment in your own home. Well, I got the place and some deals for you. Hey, Brock Ewart here with my friends at Top Fitness. Right now, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor, True, or Inspire treadmills. Top Fitness sells the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire Stairmaster, and much more. It's trade-in days at Top Fitness, and it's not too late to get in the best shape of your life. Top Fitness has the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state of Washington, and their staff will truly show you why. It's no secret that everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stores. Top Fitness has locations at Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. And remember, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit today. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We got the NFL Combine happening. Seahawks GM John Schneider is out there meeting with the media, talking about various topics. And they were talking about the draft process. And he was talking about getting caught up in that whole process surrounding the draft.
I gotta get caught up. No, they like Nolan Teasley, Trent Kirshner, Matt Berry, Aaron Heinlein, Willie. Those guys, everybody's just been killing it, and so now it's really going to be about like my private time, like the studying, getting caught up with that. But free agency, we had great free agency meetings during the season, so we'll learn a lot about what's going on down here this week. But the timeline part is real. I was just asked that a couple minutes ago. It's just the discipline on the weekends to try to figure out how to get caught up, and we'll get through it.
Yeah, he's got to discipline himself on the weekends to get. I mean, I just assume he's always looking at film. But you know what? It's funny. He talks about it like, yeah, I got to get to work. He loves that stuff, man. Loves it. And yeah, I can watch a certain amount of film, but I think I watched so much during my career that I'm just not that excited. If somebody could just clip everything up and show me the good plays and the bad plays, that'd be great. I would love that. And maybe he does.
You think that's what they're getting?
Maybe they are. I mean, I think they can do so many things. Like, remember, I think it was Richard Sherman that showed us his MacBook, and it had like a 3rd and short, plays, and every play, every time they threw to this guy or whatever. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. But I think John talks about it like work. I'm like, come on, man, you love that stuff. You love it.
Yeah, this is in his wheelhouse, and much like Mike Macdonald, he didn't have a lot of time to just kick back and live in the glow of a Super Bowl victory. It's back to work immediately with all the coaching changes, with the free agents he's got to deal with on his own roster, and probably come up with a plan B, C, and D for every one of those guys. Like, all right, if we can't get something worked out with K9, what do we do? Here's plan A. All right, that doesn't work. Here's plan B. Here's the same for Reek Woolen, and the same for Mafe, and same for anybody who's a free agent, Kobe Bryant. And here are the guys we're looking at that are going to be free agents for every other team. I mean, I can't imagine the amount of work that's being put into this.
Yeah, and I think for their own guys, the in-house guys, they've been talking about this for a long time, probably.
Yeah.
And I know that's how John is, because I remember Pete saying that, like, oh yeah, we've had a plan in place for Richard Sherman ever since he got here, or ever since we found out he could really play. So yeah, I mean, I think that kind of stuff they've really been talking about a lot. Every time I see John Schneider, he's working his tail off. So, but yeah, it'll be interesting draft, getting caught up with we're the 32nd pick. We've got. Yeah, and we only
4 picks.
You
right?
only have 4 picks. Yeah, so, and maybe John will, like that one year, didn't he turn like 3 into 7 or some ridiculous number? I think it was
But then they had the one year that they had just 3, and it was absolutely certain they're not going to go with just 3 picks. They went with just 3 picks, and that was D. Eskridge, Stone Forsythe, and Trey Brown.
Yeah, that was
not a good draft.
Not good.
That was not a good draft.
I still am kind of mystified by Trey Brown that he hasn't had a better career.
Yeah,
because I thought he had all the components except for size, but I thought he was a smart football player. But yeah, I mean, I was just looking at a couple of mock drafts real quick, and Ryan Wilson is our guy. That's who we go to. CBS Sports every year we have him. He has the Seahawks with the 32nd pick, taking Avion Terrell, is a junior. Clemson cornerback. That's what we got. That's the first mock draft I've seen. There's a guy next to him here. Who is this guy? Mike Renner has us taking a linebacker.
Those are 2 positions. I've seen guard was the very first one I saw. They had them taking a guard at 32.
Yeah.
And another one was a receiver.
Right. Yeah, and there's a million mock drafts.
Yeah.
But, Anthony Hill Jr., Texas, he's a junior linebacker. So, yeah, we'll see. And maybe he, trade out of it, whatever.
John went on to talk about, he'll take draft prospect advice from everyone in the building.
It depends on whether it's a coach or a trainer or somebody in sports science or, a player. It's like all about relationships and how are they going to fit into our building, and are we going to be able to take care of this person? Are they going to be able to, bite into our culture and what we have going on in the building?
Yeah, he's got great consultation there. Just, he mentions his main guys, Nolan Teasley, and then Trent Kirchner and Aaron Heinlein. But then also they've got, the training staff, David Strickland, and then they got a great security team they're an awesome group of guys, George Englebright running that. And so, yeah, it's been it seems like every year they add like a layer on of like, okay, how are we going to get this guy's entire profile? There's going to be no, mysteries. There's not going to be any surprises. What comes out of this evaluation of these players.
Last thing he touched on was just the strength of the 2026 draft class and perhaps changing some of his decisions.
You have to evaluate every class, and so we evaluated this class as, okay, well, 25 is going to be stronger than 26, 27 maybe stronger than, and it's not the individual players, it's kind of the collective, like the whole group, and so that's why you saw us make some of the decisions we made.
You imagine looking at every one of these guys. I mean, and like I said, it's obviously fun for him. I mean, it's what really like motivates him. But you get the feeling from talking to John that he really just wants to get back into that part of it. Mm-hmm. He's got a lot of things that he has to do, a lot of things on his plate. But he's got a great assistant, and he is able to prioritize. But I think if you asked him like, okay, I just have to do one thing, it would be look at college players.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering how much, we were talking about when he may be coming back, because we'll speak with him tomorrow. We're not 100% whether it's going to be over the phone or if he's going to be in town. We'll find out. But the John Schneider show will happen tomorrow. But how much are those drills valued by these guys now? Is it like the Senior Bowl game where everything leading up to it is what's important. And all right, yeah, we'll get his 40 time and we'll get his bench press and shuttle drills and all that. But it's the interview. It's that face-to-face interview and seeing what their character is and how they handle different situations. That's why we go there.
Right. Yeah, I would be a little bit surprised, but if, he left before all of that and didn't, participate in that part of it. But he's also, he trusts his guys like Nolan Teasley, that he's going to, they speak the same language. They know exactly what they're looking for and everything. But that's what I would want to know. I mean, you can sit there and watch the 40 and watch it. By the way, if there's one drill that they do at the Combine that you could go to and watch in person, what would it be?
It'd probably be the 40.
The 40.
Or the bench press. I'm always fascinated by the strength of some of these O linemen and D linemen, just how many times they put up 225.
Yeah.
But probably the 40.
Yeah. I like the individual work out on the field when they're putting guys through drills, and tell this story every year. I told it the other day that KJ Wright, I remember looking at him going, wow, that guy's really unique, man. Look at his legs.
Yeah.
He's got the longest legs, and he covers lots of ground, and thought he was really interesting. What was KJ, like four or five, I think? Fourth or fifth. So, yeah, I'm looking at Matt Nelson, and then
he said who?
What about Ian? How about Ian?
Nothing. I got nothing for you.
If only there was a way to look at
Fourth round, 99 overall.
Fourth round. There we go. So, yeah, I mean, I think that would be, bench press is kind of impressive. You see some guys use like a kind of a narrow grip as far as the bench goes. And then you got to look at guys, if they have long arms, if they have short arms and a big barrel chest, it's going to be an easier trip.
They're going to dominate.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I think more than anything, you can look at those things on film and look at clips and stuff like that. You want to be there to look these guys in the eye.
Yeah, that interview.
Yeah.
That's the big deal. Well, we'll ask John about it when we talk to him, whether it's in person or on the phone. We'll ask him about all of that. Meanwhile, apparently Dave is leaving today's show a richer man, both in knowledge and monetarily speaking. You'll find out why and what we learned. Coming your way next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
He built the Seahawks into the 2025 Super Bowl champions.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
And every Thursday afternoon at 4, he's on Seattle Sports.
I mean, we have higher expectations for ourselves.
It's the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery. 2025 NFL Executive of the Year, John Schneider.
I think it's the ultimate organizational award.
Every Thursday at 4, exclusively on the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ-Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ-Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's radio to 64,000.
Whether I'm catching up with friends or family, Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue is the place. Hey, Brock Heward here, and I love Sea Star's welcoming atmosphere and polished service, which make conversations flow easily and everyone leaves impressed. It's the same quality and hospitality Sea Star and Chef John Howie have been known for decades. And now an amazing deal. 3-course dinners in the lounge every night from open to close, starting at just $50. Go check it out. Find the details at SeaStarRestaurant.com. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Robert Meyer from Swedish Hospital. Dr. Meyer, tell us about the amazing results prostate cancer patients are getting with Swedish CyberKnife.
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. The treatment is very effective at eradicating the cancer, has minimal side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
Find out more at swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Oh, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you can be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
This is a house of learned doctors. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me. Stupidity is the easiest way out.
So Dave can't wait to get out of here today because apparently at that point he becomes more knowledgeable and is richer than he was when he walked into the studio today.
I think we're all going to be walking out of here richer in some form today. But
I don't know about knowledge, but certainly financially.
But Dave, we've learned so much about Cal and other things. But specifically, we did learn that Dave is going to be walking out of here $5 richer.
If you were going to buy one player's jersey, and Matt already said he'd give you $5 if you don't say Cal, because I think your answer is obvious.
I know you're about to say Cal.
Well, I don't even know why I'm bother asking. Dave.
Josh Naylor.
I think he's got a poster of Cal on his ceiling. It's just uncomfortable. But outside of Cal, who would it be?
You know what I'm going to do with my $5, Matt?
What are you?
I'm gonna put it in these envelopes over here.
Good. I'm glad, Dave. It'll go to an important cause. Get yourself
Well,
a
look,
Tootsie Roll.
I'm not an idiot. He offered to give me $5, so I'm saying Josh Naylor.
If $5 wasn't on the line, any player on the team.
I can't say, Bob.
Well, because
I want my $5.
He's not going to give you $5.
No, he's not.
Are you going to give him $5?
I want it in quarters.
For all the listeners, yes, I'm going to give Dave $5 and a firm handshake right before he leaves today.
For all of this, as far as the listeners know, he gets paid.
Between you and me, this is just the theater of radio, Bob.
That's right. That's right.
It was kind of an interesting topic, though. The jersey numbers. I could only name two, and I don't know why. I guess because it's an offensive line number. That I knew Kirby was 68, but I knew Cal was 29 because it's opposite of 92, which was my jersey number. But
plus football, you're around it. You're calling it. And the Seahawks, that's the way they talk. They don't say anybody's name. They're like, "Hey, you guys have 27 on today, or you got 13 on today," and I have to go through and look at the roster and go, "Who the hell are they talking about?" But that's their lingo.
Well, it sounded like with Charlie, it was fairly important to him. You know, he said 41 was better than, what was the other number he said? It was like a high number, I think. That he didn't want to be that number. So
he didn't want to be 25 because it was a power hitter number.
Power hitter, yeah.
Yeah. So I think if you were a baseball analyst, you would know everybody's number.
Yeah.
You're a football analyst, so football numbers are easy for you.
Well, I don't know. I just think that you don't hear fans talking about it. They never talk about number. Number 21. Like I see, we always tease Moyer that I have a 21 jersey because Moyer was number 21.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's just more well known there, but it's probably because you have a helmet on. I get it, and you can see the faces very clearly. You just identify the players based on what they look like. But sometimes you get guys with all the pads and everything, and you're like, oh, you got to distinguish between this guy and that guy, and they look the same. So yeah, it's a big deal for the NFL guys. Actually, there was money exchanged at one point. Who was it? Guys would pay like $10,000-$20,000.
Oh, when they'd come over and
get
a number, that spend their number their whole life.
Yeah. When I came to Denver, there was a guy. His last name was Gator, and it was Ron Gator. That was his name. He was some random D lineman who I think ended up getting cut. So I went with 57, and I just stuck with it. And then people were pissed because who was the guy that used to be on with Boomer on ESPN? It was a linebacker from Denver.
Tom Jackson.
Tom Jackson. And he wore 57, and people were pissed because I wore 57.
That was blasphemy.
It was a
great
deal.
Tom Jackson's jersey being worn by this guy.
Yeah. Yeah, and I saw him one time, and he didn't come over. And he kind of had an air of resentment.
Did he know who you were?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure
if he assume he had an air of resentment. There's the guy wearing my number.
Yeah, you kind of if it was me, I would have gone over and said, "Hey, that was the number I wore."
And might not have known it was you.
And then that person would have gone, "Who gives a crap?"
What else did we learn?
Well, we also learned that Logan loves annoying Cal.
Credit to all the pitchers for giving him a hard time and keeping him in check, because we try so hard in all of our free time to just bother him when he's so busy.
I love that they all take such great delight in trying to annoy him. It seems to work because he'll talk about his annoyance, specifically with Logan Gilbert.
Well, at the end of an interview the other day, he said something, and he was grumbling about Logan Gilbert, and he says, "Yeah, and all his pitching nonsense." He's like the grumpy old dad, we got everybody trying to mess with him.
Yeah, Logan's just a big kid, giant irritant. Yeah. Starts with a ukulele.
Yeah. Yeah, he was, you could tell. I go, did you want to smash that over his head? And he was like, "Oh yeah, I really did." But we also brought up the lie detector test, which is worth watching. I think it's like 15 minutes long, but that was something that came out last year during spring training. Maybe they'll do another another little film like that. But that was pretty awesome. I mean, you could really see the love they have for each other. But it was also, like you said, it's like a contest to see who can annoy Cal.
They should do a commercial based on, or a video, whatever, based on the pitchers annoying him in his free time.
That'd be good.
That'd be a good.
He's like their babysitter or something, and he's got to like wrangle them all there.
It's just something about them going out of their way to annoy him when he's doing all of his stuff, when he's busy.
Yeah.
And they're getting a big kick out of it.
His pitching nonsense.
What else did we learn?
Well, we also gave some financial advice to DeMarcus Lawrence.
He's got 5 kids. He may want to play until they drag him off the field.
That's exactly what I was saying to Brady the other day. I'm like, kids are expensive.
Yeah. And
kids.
If all 5 go to college and they're going to be living a different lifestyle than most kids based on your wealth. And it's not a cheap avenue he's traveling down. So if you've still got it in your body and you're not in danger of, permanent injury, then I would, I'd be running out there until they told me you can't go out there anymore because you got a lot of bills coming your way.
Oh yeah, I mean it's you got to send them to college. I mean there's all kinds of expenses there. So yeah, you might want to keep going. Yeah, it's either Jake Peets, one of the coaches, or who's the other guy? Mac Brown. One of the coaches on the staff has like 11 kids.
Ugh.
I don't get that. And he just seemed like the happiest guy in the world. And on one of the trips, I think it was Carolina, his wife was there and she was carrying a child, had one in the stroller, and then there was like 2 or 3 in tow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
incredible.
That's a lot to do there.
Yeah.
All right, that's everything we learned?
That's all.
All right, we're going to get you caught up on the Mariners spring training with a friend of the show. You know him, you love him. Charlie Furbush will join us next, live from Peoria, Arizona, right here with Wyman and Bob. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
High five. Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel. Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest. This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Mariners spring training is well underway before the guys head off to the WBC. We're awaiting the arrival of Charlie Furbush, who will join us from Peoria, Arizona. So just give me the heads up when he's available out there. By the way, I was sent an email earlier today about teams that have players participating in the WBC.
Right.
Teams losing the most players. Number 1, the New York Mets with 17 players. Number 2, the Seattle Mariners, 16 players.
Wow.
Teams with losing the fewest. There's a tie between the Washington Nationals and the Houston Astros. Just have 3 players each going to the WBC. And then they break it down like most internationally diverse teams. Mariners, number 1, representing 12 countries. So,
yeah, we've got Italy with Canzone and Mastroboni.
Yeah. You got Canada. You got them all. You got 12 countries there, Dave. So 16 players, only 1 behind the Mets. Meanwhile, we got our guy on the scene down there. He's with us every week during the baseball season in studio, and now he's down there scouting good restaurants for us to go to when we get down there in a couple weeks. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Charlie Furbush is with us. How are you, man?
Oh, I'm doing great. So good to hear your voices today. Oh, it's been so long.
I know.
Yeah,
how's it going down there? Is it warm? Are you sitting there in a pair of shorts and sunglasses? What's happening down there?
Oh, we just came off a Mariners tie today. Just got done the game with Rick Riz. Nice. Beautiful day. I'm rubbing it in, 86 degrees. Just seeing our boys in blue play great. So it's been a fun camp right now, and I can
86?
certainly feel. Yeah, 86.
That's a little bit much.
A little bit much. It's okay. It'll be 94 this weekend. So
now watch, we'll get down there. It'll be raining.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. By the way, Charlie sent me a text before he came on and said that we can only refer to him as St. Joseph College Hall of Famer, Charlie Furbush. There we go. Love that.
There you go.
Hey,
that's right.
Yeah, tell us, other than the weather, what stood out the most? Like, actually, a player. What player has stood out the most to you? That's not Cal Raleigh or Julio, but some of the young kids.
Yeah, that's it's a great question. There's been an influx of people in camp. We got 77 guys total, and you're having all the young guys, all the top prospects here get to get in camp, mingle with Cal and Julio and all these guys. And it's a pretty cool experience in your first big league camp, being able to, get into spring training from a team that was almost in the World Series, and where they're going and what they're trying to do. But there's a couple guys that come to mind right out the gate, and it's hard not to like what I'm seeing, not only from a performance standpoint, but from a character standpoint. So been able to first meet with Cade Anderson, first-round draft pick from LSU. I mean, a guy that is polished and looking sharp as can be. So really excited to see his debut in spring. I'm sure you'll see a couple innings out of him once you guys get down here. He's just been an absolute delight. So I think the Mariners got a steal with that pick, obviously getting the number 3 pick. And, the Mariners don't have a lefty in the rotation, so I can see that, the